Damn, BTC dominance, 15. Holy smoke.
Nah, it's ridiculous.
A bunch of these shit coins recovered off of that dip there, but man, ETH is still sitting way down below. Didn't even try.
Everybody likes to talk about how Sui never retraces. But we are almost all the way through this vector gap. That was our area of interest.
I mean, definitely a nice place to sue it. Actually,
Time to be focused on your high conviction coins, man. A little bit of patience, a lot of risk management.
in Dbloc, you're still waiting for dominance to go back to around 50% to be adding to some.
Yeah, this took me way further away from buying any low market cap alts right now. Way further away. And if you look at the blood on the chart,
Oh yeah,
then you understand why that's a good idea. Not easy, bro. It's been one of the most difficult things for me to do to stick to my guns on that, bro. I'll be honest with you. I feel the FOMO just like everybody else, right? I see these coins at prices that like you never thought they'd get back to. Natural inclination is just load up. You know, I still feel the same thing, but I have to actively fight against giving into those intrusive thoughts. RC, my thesis has always been that until dominance gets down to very low 60s, high 50s, I can't take the risk on anything underneath 500 million market cap. And if I do buy anything underneath 500 million market cap, I have to do it with every knowledge that it could go down double digits at any red candle on Bitcoin. So the higher market cap stuff is different, right? I've obviously picked up some ETH and some SOL and some other, because they're not going to get demolished as bad as everything else. But it's not time yet to start fishing in the deeper waters. Yeah, exactly, RC. Drew's cool. Drew's probably just whipping around on his new bike right now.
I mean, to be honest, if you're someone with like a lower budget, like or coming into the market, I think around now is not the worst time to be picking up like a few more of those like lower cap, shit coins and stuff. In my opinion, now, like obviously everyone has different opinions on it, but
What if
if
you
you're
did
like
that 2
messing
weeks
with,
ago?
sorry.
What if you did that 2 weeks ago, though?
Oh yeah, no, but I still think getting in and at this time, I mean, you'll be very happy in 2-3 months, in my opinion, though. Again, this is like we're talking people that have like maybe $1,000, $2,000 to like throw into the market.
If you have
And then make
$1,000 and $2,000, I think you have to be a little bit more strict, not looser. You got $2,000 and you buy your alt right now, and it goes down another 25% in the next 3 days. You're not gonna be feeling great.
Yeah. I mean, but do we know when the perfect time is to buy an alt?
We know when it's not. Right? We've proved this far that as long as dominance is out of control, it's not time to be in alts.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. What's going on, brother? Remember, it's not the USD pair, in my opinion, that's the most important. It's the BTC pair. Right, your alt could look fine on its USD pair, but if it's not being supported by its BTC pair, and BTC pair takes a dip, you're giving all of that back. I guess what I should say, to be more clear, long-term investing on low market cap alts is not time for that yet. You want to scalp dead cat bounces, or you want to scalp moves or snipe bottoms, that's cool. But if your plan is to buy a bag of alts and walk away, buy the dip, walk away, sell it at the top, it's not time to go into low market cap alts yet. You're setting yourself up.
But for example, I think if an alt right now, or like a shitcoin right now, is at like 25 million, 30 million, and by the time Bitcoin dominance is back at 55%, it's probably going to be at 67 million already. But you know what I mean?
That percentage is a safety. The percentage you give up off the bottom is the safety that you pay to know that this thing is reversed.
What month are you thinking you're going to probably throw in to the below 500 mil, or when do you expect?
I mean, honestly, it's probably not going to be until Q3, unless something drops dominance drastically. But remember, it's not this or that, right? Like, it's not like you're sitting on the sidelines waiting. You're just putting your money behind things that are strong. You're gonna sit your money in anything right now, in any alt. Just sit it in something that's strong against its Bitcoin pair. They exist. I mean, they're out there, right? It looks decent on its USD pair. It looks decent on its Bitcoin pair. That's probably going to be a better performer. But if you're making fresh lows against your Bitcoin pair day after day, then why aren't you just in Bitcoin? I don't care how much money you have. If you have $200, you're going to buy $200 worth of alt, and that alt is underperforming Bitcoin. Why are you not just sitting it in Bitcoin? Where at least you're protected from larger downside when the downside does come. And that's not like a maxi thing. That's just a dominance is at 65% thing. And if you hate Bitcoin, cool. Just find something that's performing better than Bitcoin, right? Go to the Bitcoin pair and find something that's uptrending against its Bitcoin pair.
Do you still think we're gonna go back to the CME gap, or just
Yeah,
trend
we
down
better.
here?
We better. We don't have time to be sitting down here bullshitting. We're on a time crunch for the daily and the weekly candle, so I would like to see some aggression coming in here at some point here.
Okay, so you still think we're gonna go back to the CME gap?
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly, Bam. Question is when and did we catch the bottom on the pivot? We have at least 24 hours. Well, yeah, about 24 hours until Asia steps in officially. So this is all going to be algo based. Algos are going to have to do the work.
Yo, Dbloc, I don't know if you were on last night, but I was noticing like towards the tail end of XRP, it was forming like this head and shoulder. I was mentioning it to some people, and the measure move on that one brought it down to like 180, which I got out of most of my alts luckily yesterday, because I was like, yo, if XRP is showing this, it's like a warning sign to me that alts are about to have like a flash dip. But the measure move's not done yet on XRP. So now
Measured
it's like
move is
I'm
nasty.
hesitating.
I'm telling you,
No, no,
under 2,
I'm
you
not
got to
talking
be
about
really
I'm not talking
careful.
about I'm not talking about the big head and shoulders. Just this smaller, the one that just started forming since June 13th. Is that one? That one
Yeah,
brings it down to like I think like 180.
I'm not even
190.
looking at a specific pattern on XRP. What I'm looking at on XRP as an issue is
I'm not talking about just I don't really care about XRP. I was just noticing that pattern form on XRP.
yeah.
So I was just using it as like my basis for like this could potentially play out on most alts. Like a dip, a pretty significant dip, which maybe this is it, or we got one more dip to go. Based off of I don't see the measure move on XRP done yet.
So this is the problem here. This support that breaks, then yeah, you really have nothing underneath you. 191 is your last hope of holding if that happens. Yeah, definitely not financial advice, guys. I'm just a guy in the office in front of some monitors. But I can tell you what I'm doing. Taking position and lighting up to cover the smell of the dead bodies. Smoke them if you got them. For the weekly, we have to close above 104.454. 104.454. This daily candle, we have to close above our yellow line. Which means if we do get that, no time for celebrating. Not yet. That's what we're trying to avoid with the weekly candle. That's what this entire red box is dedicated to avoiding. So you see how we broke out on the RSI. Right, so right now we can scoot this up. And what we're waiting for to see is if in the next weekly candles we can pop above one more time, right? We've already avoided it once. See how our weekly on Cypher hasn't put in the divergence yet? But if this weekly dot closes red, then we will get it. Right? That's what all of this is revolved around. Now, if we take everything off the chart and just look structurally, momentum, we'd be talking about coming down to the 13 EMA, right, on the weekly. The problem is if we do come down to the 13 EMA within this weekly candle, we put in that bearish divergence. And that opens the thought of retesting the 50, which nobody wants to do at this point. Right? That would suck. But on the daily, right, we're back into the 50. So what we want to avoid here is closing underneath, right? Not as big of a deal as closing underneath our line that we're looking for on a daily, but we want to stay inside this cloud. Possible. But there's no trophies for there's no trophies for getting in front of it, you know? You want to move safe, wait for confirmations in times like this. So we'll go back to our USDT dominance chart. Remember our red box? When I was explaining why I wasn't getting into alts yet, this is the red box that we drew above USDT dominance. Right? We said we come into this box, alts go lower. Nah, bands. None of the on-chain metrics are screaming top of bull market yet. If we go to the CBBI, which is the quickest way in one glance, right? Because the CBBI is a...
Yeah, it's at 74 Dbloc.
Yeah.
There you go. I just checked it a minute ago.
So that's, yeah. 74 is great, actually. CBBI is always topped out above 98. Topped out at 99 the first time, 99 the second time, and 97 last time. And if you guys want to come in, In the Discord, there's a channel called Top and Bottom Signals. But a lot of it comes from here, right? Each one of these indicators makes up the final score. And these are the on-chain metrics that we've always used to look at the tops. The very best indicator that it's not the top is that everybody on Twitter is saying it's the top. That's the best. That's the only indicator you need. You jump online and everybody and their mother is telling you it's over, chances are it's not, because that's not how tops happen. Tops happen with everyone telling you it's going to 500K. But that doesn't mean there's a second scenario that isn't great, right? It's not just is the bull market so long as the bull market over. The second scenario is a late start and like a fizzled out finish, right? Where it takes so long that we run towards the end of the liquidity cycle and time just runs out.
Yeah, and on the CBI also, a CBBI, it does call the close to the top, but you can see if you look at it, there are times where it counted the top early, and then there was still one more push up, but it wasn't like a massive push. It was just a failed.
You've never regretted in retrospect selling in the 90s and buying under 10.
Right.
Now you still hear your moon boys out there, right? But the overwhelming drum beat right now is you guys are dumb. You're buying into the end of a bull market. The bear market has already started.
Well, the way I see it is I get a lot of FUD news right now, you know what I'm saying? You start getting the FUD news, you're like, man, I know what's coming. And I'm not saying that's a be all signal, but
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Just seeing a lot of FUD. You're like, okay, well, yeah, everybody knows we got to retrace a little bit. It's the FUD news that's driving that.
It's not hard to shake people when there's this much indecision, bro. People have one side of their brain occupied with, are we going into nuclear war? It doesn't take much to sort of get the emotions going.
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't seen anything, not even on the just on the 1 minute, but not even on the 5 minute momentum shift. So if you guys are in shorts, you haven't got a clear signal to get out yet. All right, the way we play it is that 5 minute momentum shift. But even on the 1 minute, you didn't hold. Blue indicator, which one? The demand zones? That is Fluid Trades SMC Lite. If you know how to draw your support and demand or your supply, support resistance or your supply and demand zones, which is really what they are, you don't really need it. I just use it sometimes for YouTube. But it's a clean little indicator. You think that's bad? Wait till you see what happens in the bear bands. Yeah, the story about altcoins is that dominance is going absolutely crazy. And USDT dominance is well inside of our danger zone here for our alts go lower. Right? Every day that USDT dominance spends in these ranges, alts are going to bleed. You're just now starting to poke over that bearish channel that we've been putting in here. Right, this is the sort of hope we had that this was going to be a bearish channel that breaks down and ends up giving us our flush that pumps us. But for right now, we're at the top edges. Right. So the question is, does it break out or does it, go to the bottom of the range again? We've been doing it this whole time. Bottom of the range, top of the range, bottom of the range, top of the range. I've felt like that since December parabolic.
What, Sticky?
No, I said it's not worth the risk.
Oh, I think it's gonna be okay.
Depends on what you're holding, yeah. But that's sort of the argument we've been making, right? Like, it's not alts bad. It's mid-cap alts getting wrecked against their Bitcoin pairs. And then you have all your high-cap alts, and half of those are getting wrecked against their Bitcoin pairs. So you can buy alts, you can play alts. I'm accumulating alts, but they have to meet a certain criteria.
If you did it the way that they're doing it, selling their alt for Bitcoin, then they're just banking on getting their money back that they lost during this downtrend of the alts, right?
Yeah. Or trying to save it. There's times where you can go down on your USD pair, but your altcoin is so strong against its BTC pair that even though you took a double-digit bath on USD, if you trade it back for Bitcoin, you don't take that big of a dip, right? Maybe you only went down 5% against BTC. Remember, we're on a time crunch here, guys. We've got to make this move. 1 hour and 14 minutes. And we need to be already up here by 1 hour and 14 minutes. We can't wait an hour and then decide we want to start pumping. We have to close that daily above 1024. Yeah, Neve. Yeah, the problem is it's easy to overwhelm that algo if somebody comes in with intention. If it's dead market, nobody's doing shit regular weekend, it shouldn't be hard for the algo to sort of get us up there. But if there's whales actively playing, right? Trying to drop price lower. Then it could be a little fight. Then my TP on ETH was the break of that support. And we said no daily can close below this line to reclaim it. So on that daily close, as soon as that daily came down under support, my stop loss got triggered. And then it closed under, so that just showed me continuation.
What happens if the daily closes under today, but somehow the weekly closes above the zone tomorrow?
I mean, that would be second best scenario. Right? Daily closing under doesn't trigger a whole lot of it's not like it triggers a divergence. But what it does is it gives us a daily close underneath the 50.
Right.
Right, which then is like, okay, the chances are getting a continuation then with the vector candle underneath, you know, increase. And if that's the case, then the chances of us getting our weekly candle above where we needed to get a lot harder.
Right.
Because now we've got magnets to the downside. So it was sort of like a three-prong sort of thing I was looking at. You know, nasty M pattern. You know, these things need to invalidate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my stop loss was in profit. New those ETH that we picked up, the ETH I sold in that range, we picked up down here. One fives, 1.7s. But my intention wasn't, my intention was to hold those long term. So it's not like it was my plan, but you have to have your invalidations. And at this point, if I bought back on my ETH, I'd have more than I sold. So coin count wise, it makes sense. For us to close above there on the daily, the only acceptable reason for price to retrace at this point has to be to give us that right side. Right? This is the only thing we're going to accept right now, market maker. So get it together. And let's stop bullshitting.
Yo, Dbloc, do you think since we're like in summertime now and it's gonna be low volume, low liquidity, we're just gonna be just choppy for the next like month or two? Just kind of like not really.
If we get stuck underneath some of these lows, yeah, we're going to get stuck in the doldrums. I like how market
that's what I'm
maker
feeling.
listens when I tell him to hit the gas. Let's go, baby. Nah, I give up. I'm never beaten. I can't even. Just know it's not true.
There's no giving up in crypto.
Nah. Nah, they're talking about the market maker allegations. I was like, all right, market maker, we need to hold right here. And then we got that big green vector through the thing. And they're like, Dbloc's never beaten the allegations.
Batteries ran out on his headset.
Need some follow through though. Market maker is not going to pay for this entire ride. And if he can't start a party that retail wants to jump into, good thing is there really isn't a lot of unrecovered vectors to the downside. We do have these liquidations though, but it's not like we've got massive green vectors underneath us on the 1 minute or anything. Let's see if that flag fin out though. There's our invalidation. Move my stop up under invalidation. Get rid of our uptrend because we broke that already. Nah, hyperliquid is crazy, but hyperliquid is a beast. We called hyper down at, where was that breakout? What happened on my hyper chart? I gotta find my other hyper chart. I don't know what happened to it. This is not it. This chart is not complete. Yeah, I could see that French if this doesn't hold up. If this doesn't hold up, and that's, I believe, if I remember correctly, yeah, that's right where this grid finishes. So you see this grid that they set? The bulls set underneath to catch. And we see the small grid that they set above to drop price, right? Sell walls. But look at that grid underneath us. Right. That stops at about 100,200. Yeah, I was just thinking front run right now, but we gotta let it prove it. I know one thing when I look at this, at the liquidity heat map, there's at least some people who said we're not getting front run here. Right, we're setting a buy grid from 102 down to 100 flat. But for right now, our focus in the next 2 hours is to get above, in the next hour actually, is to get above 1024. I mean, I would say it's a decent chance. If this holds and fully recovers, I'd say it's a decent chance that this was our lower high. I mean, that this was our higher low. On the coins that I'm interested in and that are bullish against Bitcoin, I've treated every one of these bottoms as if they were the macro bottom, and I haven't regretted it yet. Personally. Risk management is really going to shine here. Right? Your risk management at these levels is everything. Being front runs when big players come in and they buy the dip before it gets to the measured move, right? Before it gets to the support everybody's waiting for. They jump in and fill up. So, that's why for a while now, for these bottoms, I've just been setting grids. Right? Set a grid of buy orders all the way down into support and past. But as far as it comes to sniping small, like 5-minute, like for our scalping strategies, we sniping in here, bro. We're just straight looking for pivot signals and swinging with good risk management.
It feels like alts have maybe one more leg down. I don't know if it's today, tomorrow, Monday, sometime this week, right?
As soon as we close this daily and this is out of the way, I'm gonna go over some alt BTC ratio charts, and we'll look back at what I was talking about, how ETH BTC came all the way back down to its bottom, but others BTC and total 3 BTC still have a little bit left to go as a whole.
Drew has to call his vampire friends.
I don't pick up the phone for Drew no more.
Never picking up.
Put him on DND.
They screen his calls. I'm looking at my sealed Pokemon things going, all right, do I sell you so I can buy this dip?
I'm back. Yeah, Sid, we were talking about that earlier. I can go over it real fast, but basically need to close this daily candle above 1024. That's our current mission. But our weekly candle also needs to close above 1044 if we want to avoid coming down into this vector gap and creating bearish divergences. So no weekly candle below 1044, right? No weekly candle close below 1044. No daily candle close below 1024. So that's the fight that we're watching right now, right? Will we get that daily candle close above 1024? We didn't close the daily underneath there. We wicked under, but we didn't close the daily. This was back when it didn't matter. The reason that it matters is because we want to keep that support. This was that 50, that 100K retest, right? That on the weekly consumed itself in one candle. This nice little doji. But it was after this point where we couldn't close it daily underneath, because what we did is we came down and we tested the 50 on the daily. What we didn't want to do is break the 50 on the daily and close underneath it. But for the most part, this support right here, not losing that, right? Bodied off, wicked off, wicked off, wicked off, wicked off. Bodied through but recovered, wicked off to hold it as support. You don't want to break that. It just signals, it makes a bad macro chart. And we're trying to keep the macro chart looking somewhat healthy here.
They're pushing it to the limit, huh?
Always try to make it exciting, don't they? Like, we don't
There you
need, I
go.
appreciate the action, but we don't, you know what I mean? You don't gotta make it that exciting.
Okay, does that count as an invalidation there?
Now we
It
gotta
does.
close the daily underneath. I mean, we gotta close the candle. It'd just be a wick right now. All right, that's our bullseye. That's when our daily close. When our daily close hits, and that's where we need to be. You could damn near draw. Hold on. That's our target.
And the entry's right here.
Down by the banks of the hanky panky with the bullfrog, bank from bank to banky. Down by the riverside, kerplunk. What's up, guys? How's everybody doing? I haven't even looked at charts and stuff all day.
Yeah.
What do you say?
Waiting for this to end.
Did you scoop anything in
Waiting.
areas you were waiting for?
Nope.
You do any crazy shorts or anything?
Nope.
Been able to snipe a handful of shorts so far this afternoon.
Nicely. Sounds like you're just chilling.
Held my
Yeah.
long and still holding it. 106. Woohoo.
What coin you been focusing on, Mid?
Bitcoin.
Word back to the coin.
Old Bitcoin.
I was curious if you got up to your beam goal.
It's sitting over there. I don't want to look at it.
Yeah, I hear you. I just didn't know if he was making bigger scoops down this way.
I'm already there. I'm done.
Yeah, I don't even have to explain where I'm sitting at. You guys know. Cruising.
I'm here, guys. Give me a second. I'm just taking in some of this news. It's coming in hot and heavy right now.
That's what I was going to ask. Was there any sort of news release or anything? I had to go to work at 7 o'clock, so I haven't looked at anything today.
Bombs. Bunker bomb.
Wait, what's coming in hot and heavy? Oops. I'm not saying nothing.
You didn't hear about Iran?
I mean, yeah, like that's just like that's the same thing, right? But is there something that just popped up in the last 10, 20 minutes?
The B2 bombers were like this morning, like early this morning, U.S. time. They sent the B2 bombers to the Guam base, which is a lot closer to Iran.
Yep.
And then the Iranian president was saying, basically like, if I have to choose between my nuclear weapons and going to war, we're going to war. Like they were obviously, I don't know, they were doing like
Did he say?
interviews with newspapers.
Did you say nuclear? Did you say nuclear weapons, or is there nuclear power plants and everything else? Or did he?
Like uranium. I could find the quote just a sec.
I just wondering if he admitted that they wanted nuclear bombs.
Senior Iranian official to Reuters: if we have to choose between stopping uranium enrichment and war, we choose war. Oh, so it's about, okay, so it's not about nuclear weapons, it's about
Enrichment for all the other purposes that they supposedly have been doing. Yeah.
Enriching it anywhere above 3.5% is for weapons. You don't need anything enriched above 3.5% for anything commercial.
And the quote from the president said they will not halt nuclear activity under any circumstances. And those quotes were after the U.S. sent the BT bombers that over to that side of the world.
You got an open mic, Qui-Gon.
And Iran's Atomic Energy Organization chief, just like a few hours ago, said, following the Israeli regime's recent aggression, Iran's nuclear program will make progress at a faster pace and exponentially. So it's just like all day they've been like.
It's interesting that they sent the planes to Guam because typically they don't. The B-2s they take off from their base in Whiteman and Missouri, and they fly all the way overseas, and they turn around and they come back, refuel. They never. That's the only place they take off and land is right in the middle of freaking Missouri. So for them to go settle down at a base, probably just trying to add a little extra scare to them, I guess.
Staging further. I mean, the way they were talking on through official pipelines. I mean, the plan is to bring those bunker buster bombs in, right? And they can take care of about 200 feet of mountain. The problem is that these things are under about 200 feet of mountain and about 400 feet of concrete after that. So what they're talking about is having to what they're having is having to surgically drop one of those deep penetrating ones and then send another one straight through the hole that the first one made. And then send it like some Death Star, like some Star Wars shit. So that, yeah, it's going to be surgical. It's not going to be carpet bomb. There will be no massive. The general was literally saying, if you don't expect a big massive explosion, it'll all be contained underground. It's not a big shock and awe weapon, but it does get the job done. It's the biggest bomb we have. It's literally the heaviest bomb that we have, aside from, you know.
Yeah, I figured they would maybe carpet bomb to soften up the target and then come in with a.
No, it's heavy and drives deep and hard and fast.
There's nothing out there. It's like literally just in a mountain range. So they're gonna burn a hole through the side of that thing, and then they're gonna drop a couple more of those bad boys right through that same hole.
Yeah, that hole, it actually has like a really hot substance. It's like what we call like aluminum and nitrogen. It burns like super hot, so that just melts right through the front of rock layers, everything down through there. It's kind of crazy. It's like a thermite.
There wouldn't be any live nukes in the bunker, right? Their uranium isn't enriched to the point where they can do that yet. But there is danger of fallout, though.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem. Is it makes quite a bit of a mess.
But if you can penetrate in that bunker, blow it up, and have it seal itself, you know what I mean? It's probably the best. Yeah, it's probably the best idea. Let's just hope it's limited to that. It's surgical, right? Because if the U.S. goes in there and does a surgical strike like that, takes it out, and then just leaves, then I think, yeah, that's the best. That's like, okay, yeah, they got involved, but they got involved for one specific purpose, that they were the only ones that can handle it, right? Nobody else would have been able to do it
safely. Oh, kind of safely.
Without the collateral damage of just completely taking the whole city out, you know?
Call up Maverick.
Yeah, that just sounds like that sounds like a hella Top Gun mission, bro. Not looking great for that daily close.
Are you talking about money flow?
No, just where we're gonna close our daily candle. We really want that daily to close above 1024. That target isn't there because I think it's going there. That target's there because it's kind of important that we do. The rest of this week is gonna get messy.
And like 2 hours ago, news came out that Trump had a call with Israeli. I don't know if it was the president or what, but Israel may strike Iran's Fordo nuclear site before Trump's 2-week deadline. We will not wait 2 weeks. May act alone. They told Trump today.
Anybody here think they're not going to do what they're told? That's the problem, brother. The world, I think the world understands that the U.S. has the ability to hit the brakes if they wanted to. But that comes with also the responsibility of not hitting the brakes when the rest of the world is like, somebody hit the brakes here, please. Good thing I'm in crypto. Definitely not decisions I want to be having to make on a daily basis.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's like coming up to a light when you see it kind of just switch to yellow. Do you like hit the brakes or do you give it gas? It's a tough one. It's like, oh, am I going to make this?
No cop, no stop.
Yeah. All right. So RW is invalidated, obviously. Nah, don't know. Don't wish that on me, Sean. You don't want that. I'm way too petty to be president. Way too petty. I think Trump is bad. I'm going back in my enemies list from way back. Putting audits on all of you. Anybody that's ever owed me money or did me dirty, we're going to need a microscopic level audit. I want to know where every penny is. Yeah, but typically when our psychological ranges are forming, if the market maker's in control, they'll attempt to get it as close to CME close as they can. So it's twofold, right? I'll take buys underneath CME close as the psychological ranges are forming with that in mind, obviously with tight stops. But the second part of it is if they're unable to get closer to CME, it gives me a good idea on who's in control, right? Are markets out overwhelming the algo, or are market maker algos able to sort of control what's going on? If not, the second stage is Asia coming in tomorrow. Asia comes in tomorrow, now market makers at the controls, right? And you're underneath CME gap. That the guys that have been here for a while, guys and girls that have been here for a while, tell you that's my favorite trade. My favorite trade is Asia opening up underneath CME before a gap,
Are you
or
talking
even
about Asia
after a gap.
You're talking about Asia opening up on their Sunday morning or their Monday morning?
They're Sunday when they come in on Sunday.
Okay.
Our Sunday, their
Let's say the
Monday, I
last-
guess. Sunday at
The
8:30
last,
is the next
Okay.
time that a physical market maker is at the controls.
gotcha. The last 2 to 3 days, I've heard more about CME than I've heard in 6-7 months of trading.
It's funny.
What's this? Might be a stupid question, but what's the significance of the CME?
So
That's the Chicago Mercantile Exchange.
yeah. So a lot of the weekly swing that I trade is based off of CME. Market makers get paid by exchanges to provide balance to the market. Part of that balance is keeping the CME under control on the weekend when it's closed, right? Because the futures trading shuts down. It leaves big holes in the order book, big imbalances. So market maker algos and market makers, their main job is mean reversion, right? One of the biggest means is that CME close. So there's always a trade back up into CME or back down into CME. If they fail to get back to that level by the time CME opens, then that leaves a gap, right? And that gap is heavily traded into.
So there's always a drive to return back to the CME, whether it's low or above it.
Yeah. So we move accordingly. If you're above CME, like if we happen to pump over the weekend and we don't come back for Sunday and we're, up at the top of our ranges and we've got
It's
a
gonna
big
come back to it
CME
on
gap,
Monday.
yeah, chances are it's a good time to take some profit or to start looking for some shorts into that range. They can take a while to fill. They can be stubborn. We've seen it in every sort of, we've seen them recover as soon as Asia comes in that one session, straight V-shaped recovery up to grab the CME gap, $10,000 moves. And we've also seen them consolidate for 3 or 4 weeks above a large CME gap before eventually coming back down to it. So
Do you use a buffer of like with Bitcoin, like a $1,000 range or $2,000 range for that gap of, or just straight line where it closed out on Friday?
and
Just
another straight line where it
horizontal line.
opens. Yep. The difference between them is your gap.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Similar to gaps in legacy, right? Like the gaps that you get from open and close on legacy and weekend gaps. They're just heavily traded into. One thing traders love is a target we can all agree on, right? Like one of those targets that takes no communication between traders. You just know that there's money set in that direction. For me, it's important for the the weekly swing and the daily swings that I play. But it's just another mean reversion, right? It's just like your mean reversion to the 50 on your on your 5-minute, or your mean reversion to the daily,
Sure.
coming back up to the daily, or the mean reversion to your psychological ranges during the week.
Mhm.
Dbloc, did you go to school for this, or is there books that you read or anything published that can give an upper hand on some of this stuff? Because it's pretty deep.
I went to school
School of Hard
after.
Knocks?
I'm pretty much autodidactic, and a lot of this shit has been, especially when it comes to market maker, anything having to do with what before now, people spent all their time calling the composite man, or the composite operator, or the invisible hand of the market, or whatever. This information has been gatekept, in my opinion. I mean, there's very few people that even talk about it now, and there's a lot of people that use it and they don't talk about it. Promise you that. A lot of these targets that you get on some of these channels, they're not giving you all the info. There's very few. There's a handful, maybe 2. But no, I mean it's really hard to find a book written on this, right?
Save it for themselves in their whale groups.
It's just something that's been it's been used for a long time, and it's been an edge, and you don't really give away edges in this game. And if you do give away edges, they're behind paywalls. Right?
Gotcha.
We're targeting these lows now. We can forget about that daily close, so we're gonna have to deal with that.
It's not like the pro pool leagues or pro pool players back in the day. They never gave up secrets on how to play and how they did things. They're just
Nah, bro. Yeah, straight up. Like, you'd have to get a job at a hedge fund somewhere, where they let you in on their secrets, or their their strategies or whatnot.
Well, I appreciate the insight.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but there's
100%.
plenty. But there's plenty on everything else. There's plenty of information on liquidity, and there's plenty of information on chart patterns, plenty of information on mean reversion. What I like to try to do here is simplify it. We can go deep for the technical guys. We can do that all day. But I think getting new people to the point where they at least feel comfortable taking a trade and having an idea on sort of what the motive, of the chart is, makes a big difference.
I've seen some other guys that use volume profiles and trading above and below them, and it seems to fit with what you said, but you just say it in sort of different terms, and but it comes out to be the same thing, especially when you're talking about as below as above type of thing. So it's very very interesting, and everybody has their own way of doing this, and it's kind of comes down to kind of picking what works for you and what you can understand and really wrap your head around, and I'm still in that stage for sure.
My problem is I needed things to make sense, right? Like chart patterns were cool, and having 65% of this chart pattern playing out, cool. But the times that it didn't play out, it wasn't good enough for me to be like, well, that's the 45% chance that it had that it wouldn't play out. Like, I needed to find out why. There's reasons for all of these things, right? All of these little rules and shit that these other channels give you, they don't fully understand why they even exist. Don't trade on the weekends. Cool. They'll tell you don't trade on the weekends. They have no idea why. They just know it's just not a bad, it's not a good time on the weekend. We go into a range. They can't tell you why we go into a range. They can't tell you what keeps us in that range. They can't tell you what to look for when you break out of that range. They don't really respect cycles. Like, a lot of this shit to hardcore TA guys is still pseudoscience, right? But these are the same guys for the longest time that've been telling you that all the unexplainable shit is just the invisible hand of the market and the composite man, bringing balance to the. No, it's been the liquidity providers the whole time. The person that got the closest was Wyckoff. And Wyckoff found the fingerprint. He found the evidence of the manipulation, but he still couldn't put a finger on it. He couldn't put a name to it. I think it makes a difference. I think understanding that this is a for-profit business, right? And this is the business behind the business, right? This is what keeps the market liquid. And then you understand that they run under the same motivations that any business does when it comes to, cost benefit analysis and all of that shit. Like, we trade towards their targets because they don't trade emotionally, right? They cause everybody else to trade emotionally.
Oh man, some big sells coming in. Holy shit.
We took out those bottoms. Dominance is about to take another run here. Probably gonna see 66 if we keep playing like this.
Yeah, Dom's
We're
fucking
going through
up.
those buy orders, right? You see the aggressive buys coming in on the tape. So remember, we have grid set up all the way down, right? There's a grid set up all the way down to 100K basically. So as we come down, all these orders go filling.
Bitcoin to 100 racks. Yeah, and as soon as that order hits, it fills, and that's why those wicks are created, you're saying?
Yeah. I'll be right back. Hold on.
I have 3 shorts in play now. I'm waiting to get the TP.
Well, I learned something on this last dip here that's continuing, because I was short at 108 and I'd taken my profits, and instead of just letting what was there ride, I saw that it was coming back up, got to about 106. I'm like, all right, I'm going to go ahead and just close this out. And that was a mistake, because I'd still be riding whatever was left down. Oh well, lesson learned.
Good evening, everyone. Well, it
Hello,
looks like
hello.
I'm gonna need a bit more patience.
Depends, are you shorting or longing?
I'm waiting for long. Oh, I'm already in longs, but I'm particularly waiting to see the low on Bitcoin. See if it can do a flat, you know, just a tiny low, yeah. Or if it's just gonna go down to the next support. Well, first we need to break this support.
We gotta see what happens with the whole Iran thing and the stock market on Monday morning. That might play a part in it all as well. Who knows?
Any news on Iran? You guys joining war or?
Oh, jeez. I got the vino.
I guess you're already in war.
They're always in war somehow. Jeez.
Yeah. And kind of same for ETH, yeah, we're not too far now, like another... Actually, it's tempting to just FOMO here. But I'd like to see it on 2nd of February week, yeah. It's just 4% now.
I guess what's the return on investment or ETH versus Bitcoin if they both go up, I don't know, 10%. So if you put 10,
I would think ETH because you can get more of it because it's cheaper.
No, that doesn't matter. If they both go up 10%, you make exactly the same money. You make 10%.
Wouldn't you own more coins though going forward?
No, well, yeah, but it doesn't
You're
matter.
still making 10% on your investment.
The thing is, ETH BTC, you know, ETH is currently down 7%, while Bitcoin is down 2%, right? So you're gonna take a high risk longging ETH than longging Bitcoin because it's just more volatile currently, at least on this dump. But the reward, yeah, there's a chance it's bigger than on Bitcoin, although that hasn't been really the case on the macro. Right?
The chart that answers that question is your ETH BTC pair.
Yeah, exactly. And on ETH BTC, we're going down right now, so that's kind of... Well, if you get a reversal both in dollars and on ETH BTC, then yeah, you're gonna make more than longging Bitcoin, yeah. It'll pay for the extra risk, right? But yeah, ETH BTC, I mean, it's... Yeah, it broke down, yeah. So it's now in a downtrend.
you say that with, sounds like a smile on your face.
Well, yeah, because I've kind of been more or less waiting, you know, for ETH BTC to...
Let me show you the
give an
problem.
opportunity. It's the same with Bitcoin, yeah.
Let me show you the problem with ETH BTC. Does anybody remember this overlay? I'll do it again for those that weren't here. Anybody remember when we did this?
I didn't see that. Use carbon copy.
Yeah, to fractal the high low, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, what happened the last time ETH BTC bottomed? I'll put it on the weekly. What happened last time ETH BTC bottomed is that we consolidated and then we came down for that higher low. And that's what locked in our W reversal down at the bottom of ETH BTC. What we were hoping was that that wouldn't have to happen here. Right? That we could hold support, push off from here, test the 50, and keep it moving. Fortunately, it does kind of seem like we're following that path, right?
History's repeating itself.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not even like you don't even have to use your imagination on this one. Even with, look, let me show you how crazy this was. Even the accumulation we had at the bottom, right, where you had an accumulation and then a final sweep. That final sweep is where I moved most of my Bitcoin into Ethereum. We took that out right in our accumulation zone here. So now the question is, do we just get that higher low? Or are we going to have that little relief, right, that then rolls over again? Right. One more recovery. One more recovery that doesn't break the highs.
It's crazy how.
Yeah, it's pretty similar. All right, while this is cooking, I also want to show you guys this because this is important. Go to the weekly. So this is why I've been gun shy on the alts, right? ETH BTC didn't recover until it came all the way back, right, into the support from the last season. Right, so you have basically top of the bull market, bottom of the bull market as far as alt seasons go. This is alt season. And then this is the bear market for the alts. And then this is alt season. All right, so take a look at this though. Let's go to total. Total 3 divided by Bitcoin. See the problem here? Total 3 divided by Bitcoin still has this gap before it gets down to support.
Got a ways to go still.
Right? ETH BTC. Total 3. Now,
Bitcoin to 100K.
Now look at others divided by Bitcoin.
Yeah, I'm worried it's not gonna give it because it did the same stuff up there. Came so close, but didn't give you the high, and now we're so close to putting a lower low, but it might just not give it, at least not today. I'm so.
But you see what I mean? Right. So what I'm worried about is not worried about, but if we're gonna get this move on others BTC and total 3 BTC down to those supports, then it just makes sense that ETH BTC coming back down for that double bottom will be what does it. Right?
Yeah, but yeah. But now that it is going down, though, I think it's time to load up again personally.
What's Trump tweeting about now? Boy.
Oh no, somebody take his phone away from him.
Seriously though. What was it? It was on Truth Social? Or was it on Twitter?
Truth Social.
Right. Truth Social got that presidential exclusivity. I'm not seeing it. It hasn't popped across my timeline yet. I'm looking for the screenshots. What does it say? Somebody read the post because I don't see it. So you're saying these are freedom candles? Look at the aggression coming in on the tape. Yeah, I'm gonna laugh if we get this daily close above at the last second.
Yo, that's
Look at the tape. It's lit up like a Christmas tree.
Oh, it's very easy for Bitcoin to go back up.
He said time for peace.
it's a 900 point in 1 minute, man. That's crazy. Almost 900 points in under 1 minute. I'll have a laugh, man, if we.
Yeah, right. At this point, it would just be, you just gotta laugh sometimes. Yeah, I was thinking the same one. I was thinking the same thing. Tell one. Time for peace is a time for peace is a nasty tweet to put out right before you bomb the hell out of somebody. This is how
I think he's talking
reactionary
about a piece of
people
the mountain
are.
over here and a
He said they already bombed him.
That
If you
could have
look
been
on Trump's Truth
that.
Social.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's a crazy tweet to put out right once a bombing is done or right before a bombing.
Yeah, 18 seconds ago, we have completed our very successful attack on the 3 nuclear sites in Iran.
They did it.
Including Fordo.
Yeah,
All
Fordo
planes are
was
now
the big
outside of
one.
Iran.
And they
airspace.
left. Round of applause.
All full payload of bombs was dropped on the primary site, Fordo. All planes are safely on their way home. Congratulations to our great American warriors. There is not another military in the world that could have done this. Now is the time for peace. Thank you for your attention.
I'm saying chat saying it was removed after posting. Anybody got confirmation on that?
Any nuclear contamination in the area?
That's all we need now
golden
is fake peace news. Like we've had fake
It's still on
ETF
Trump.
news. Okay, all right,
It's
cool.
right on Trump's. Yep.
Well, he called his social media truth, though, so it can't be fake, right?
Yeah, no, it says it right in the name.
It says it in the name. It's crazy when you think about it. Bombing nuclear facilities. Oh boy.
Cordy, we were just talking about that. If they went with the plan that everybody was thinking, there wouldn't be an explosion. These are like deep underground bunker busting bombs. So you're not gonna see a big, massive, like shock and awe sort of explosion.
So next support is 100,500 with 60 Bitcoin, and there is no resistance before 108. Oh boy.
This can't be bullish, right? I mean, it seems like the candles are reacting bullish. I don't know if that's
If it's an end,
just
if it's an end to this, then yeah,
but
it just
it's not
depends
gonna be
on
an end,
it
right?
depends on the
Iran
reaction. Yeah, it depends on
Yeah.
Iran's reaction to this.
I think it helps a little bit just because the anticipation of is it going to happen, is it not going to happen? Well, it's happened, so now
Well, it helps.
that takes a little to guess.
It helps us with the worldview of us getting involved, right? Like I said, there's only one thing we can go in there and do, and sort of be able to kind of have the moral high ground on, which is going in there, precision striking those facilities, taking them out, and leaving the airspace as soon as possible. Getting in, getting out, no incursion, no land troops, no, you know what I mean? Taking advantage and taking some other things out while you're there. Like, no, one job that only you can do, right? Because we're the only ones that have these bunker busting bombs at this level. And it took 3, I think they were saying it would take 3 just to get into that Bordeaux one or whatever it was called. So get in there, drop them, get out. But do I think it'll be the end? No, not necessarily. But do I think the tension of them enriching their uranium and being able to get a bomb and not be able to be stopped in time before they got their first one, right? That tension is relieved now. If people believe, that's another thing, right? We live in a time where half of the people are going to say it's fake news and the other half of people are going to believe it.
I believe the news is real. I'm just trying to judge the reaction. If this reaction on the candles is real, or is it a fake
Yeah,
out?
no, but you know what I mean, right? Like everybody's so
Yeah.
divided that depending on what the news source they hear it from the first time, they're immediately going to be like, oh,
Yeah.
well, sure, a bomb nobody can see or hear. Yeah, of course.
Hype just made a higher high. So maybe yeah.
I would imagine. So this is the first time that this has been used out in the field, this bomb. So I would imagine that it was recorded. And this thing is going to be like an advertisement. They're going to play that video over and over eventually when it comes out. War has ended is crazy. War has ended is a crazy headline to post this early, bro. Oh man. That's why people don't take the news seriously.
Like we may get that daily close.
It's low enough to call it a flat if this news actually reverses price up, right? But I still think there's a chance of putting that low below.
Yo, we're about to get that close above daily before daily closes. This is nuts.
But more like on Monday now.
All it needed was a bombed Iran.
Dude, it was a
Gave a bump to
catalyst,
the
man.
daily close. That's so funny, man. That's so
Nah,
funny.
this is crazy,
Look at
bro.
the timing,
I hope
man.
you guys enjoy watching this in real
Look at the
time and
timing, yeah.
understand the significance of shit like this happening.
Oh man.
Hey, sometimes whenever bombs drop, rockets are launched. Let's go.
Sui is printing.
Trump waited.
everything
Trump
is.
waited for us to hit those buy orders down at the bottom, bro. I'm convinced at this point. He was like,
He tweeted
wait
the
for
same
it,
thing.
wait for it. Yeah, remember it's the timing of the tweet, right? This could have happened whenever, but the
Yo, Dbloc,
timing of
what's
the
the level?
tweet is controlled.
What's the
1024.
level?
1024.
That's 2-4. Come on, 2 minutes.
2 minutes is
Where's the
crazy,
juice?
bro.
Where's the juice?
What are you
Come
guys
on,
saying?
pump it, pump it, pump it, pump it.
Trump tweeted the war's over? Is that
Nah,
what
they
you're...
just announced that the strike on the enrichment facilities that we were all suspecting was coming when they told us they weren't gonna do it, and we were all like, yeah, okay. Why the hell are you moving your B-2 bombers everywhere?
So, just reality check. America just declared war on Iran, bombed some facilities.
No, bro, the
and you
war
have
is
your president-
over. We
And you have
ended.
your president tweeting the war is over.
We ended the war.
Yeah, but the
No,
truth
I
is that
know.
America is now
I'm
involved
being.
in this
I'm
conflict and
being
has bombed
sarcastic.
Iran. Yeah. But Truth Social says time for peace.
But to
Bombing
be
is
fair,
right.
we did do it in the most responsible way possible. It could have been
100%.
worse, bro. We could have softened that city up for 24 hours before doing this.
There wasn't like that huge feeling of like panic and fear that I feel like is generally like the narrative. At least me personally.
Yeah. Well, saying all right, well, we closed our candle. Yeah. Technically, we
If
did
he's like
close under.
trying to get back in its range, but maybe it's in a software, right? That 2320 area, previous support. Now you're retesting is that resistance. If we can get back in the range, well, I guess we'll just call it a wick fake out on a Saturday, which actually, when you think about it, is one of the best times to attempt.
Yeah, we
Stochastic.
closed just under support, guys, where we wanted to. Like, just under.
Perfect. People will sell now. You can buy.
Well, it's not great because the weekly is the problem. The daily was our stepping stone to the weekly. The weekly has 23 hours to close above 1045, which
Yo, what
means
happened?
this
What happened?
daily candle has to be, we have to have a $2,000 daily candle here.
What happened to 2 weeks peace or 2 weeks? Like the notice that he gave.
No, we got forever
What is-
peace now, bro. The war's over.
Don't forget that he's a Trump.
Remember he said
Don't
he's
forget
gonna be around 2 weeks to like
Yeah,
negotiate.
yeah.
They gave him 2 days.
That's just so he can set the pawns in place.
Telling everybody to leave the city, to evacuate the city, and then do a surgical strike is kind of funny though when you think about it. Like, not funny if you had to leave and you were in panic leaving the city, but it's kind of like a carrot and the stick. The same way he negotiates, right? Threaten the bombing of the city, and then just do it surgically, and then people are happy you didn't bomb the city. Instead of saying you're gonna do it surgically, and you're still the bad guy. My man uses the art of the deal on everything. It's kind of crazy, even when it comes to nuclear war. Yeah, next 24 hours, I'm gonna be glued to the news feed. That's for sure.
Oh man, I just got back. Should I rewind the stream? Just something that I missed.
We took out those nuclear sites, the enrichment sites in Iran. apparently successful mission, 3 of them taken out, done really surgically. All the planes are out of Iranian airspace now.
No way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy, that's huge.
I
Yeah.
believe it's
massive.
huge.
Truth,
Huge with a Y.
Truth Social and CNN are agreeing with each other for the first time, probably in the history of ever, and are both declaring the end of the war.
By sending the bombs.
And who took it out? The U.S. did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're the only ones with the tools for that.
So the war just started, right? Well, America just started getting involved.
You know, this could
physically in this war.
This could
But-
be this, but let's be real for a second. Just think about this for a second. This could all be political theater, guys. Meaning that those peace talks, and we can't have peace, right? Iran has to talk tough. They're not going to be friends with Israel. Israel's not going to be friends with Iran. There could have been a deal made. The rocket stopped. Look, we have to come in and take out the enrichment facilities. That's going to happen no matter what. Now, do you want to negotiate on whether the city survives? Or what are we doing? You know, so maybe there was something, maybe there's something we don't know. Right? Maybe they're going to, Iran will retaliate. But remember what we said about political theater when it comes to retaliations, right? If it's a de-escalation from the last retaliation, then it's just theater. Right? If they send 2,000 drones over there and the Iron Dome knocks them all down and then we don't hear anything else for a while, then we know what the deal was here. If they escalate, if Iran escalates, then we know what the deal was here, which means the next 24 hours are going to be pretty crucial, my opinion.
90 million people will now learn to their children what happened this day, right? So when you think long term, this is bad.
Depends on how it's done. We haven't seen it yet. I was talking about it earlier before it even announced how they planned on doing it, because they damn near just came out. There was literally like drawings and shit, bro. They had GIFs on how this thing worked all over the news for the last 24 hours. And it's not supposed to be a big, huge explosion. Like, there's not going to be a video of like a mushroom cloud. Right? This thing slams into the ground and it buries itself 200, 300 feet deep, and then it blows up. And then they send another one through that same hole, another 200, 300 feet through the concrete, and then it blows up. And the third one goes down into the actual facility itself and then blows up on the ground. So I imagine if we see the video, there's going to be, you know, small explosions in the ground and then dust shaking off the mountain as they explode underneath. I don't know. We've never seen it. They've never been dropped in in open field before in war. We've only been tested.
So the world decided, or the Allied forces decided, that Iran can't have nukes, and so we went and
Basically,
destroyed their thing.
Yeah, before it got out of control. You know, there's a saying that you don't worry about a country with 200 nukes, you worry about the country with 1 nuke. And that's, I guess, how they played it out, right?
Did North Korea help?
No.
I really don't know if they helped.
North Korea is sitting there like, excuse me, what? How deep did that go?
But yeah, to the point, North Korea, now there's going to be a reaction also from China and Russia. They were already condemning this.
Yeah,
like,
there'll
US
be official announcement from China and Russia. More political theater, like I said, unless there's escalation. If it's just words, but the actions are de-escalated, it's all theater. If there's escalations, then we know there's actual beef there. Not a war expert or anything, but I did play Call of Duty for like 5 or 7 different games. I think I have a bit of an expertise here.
I got that joke.
I hope so. That's a horrible one to be taken seriously on.
Yeah, nobody else laughed. I thought it was funny shit though.
Nah, I mean, I'll be real with you. I learned everything I know about this thing in the last 48 hours because they've been preparing us for it on almost every channel.
I don't know why I was just sort of being ignorant to it, I guess. Like, I don't know. I don't really like my news being spoon-fed to me. So whenever it's just in front of my face, I have sort of a ADHD like mentality of no, don't try to put news in my brain. I wasn't asking for news.
Yeah.
It's not a good way to.
Trying to gauge this reaction from the market though. To go up on the news is crazy. Unless it's a fake ad.
Uncertain, you know, the uncertainty of the last couple days. You remember that, like, a lot of this dip, the sell-off, once we came down, the continued sell-off and the uncertainty was, you know, from that tweet: are we going in? Are we not going in? What's going on? Whenever there's uncertainty removed from the market, things get repriced. Right? Bitcoin's worth $100,000 when you think the U.S. might be going in for some sort of ground incursion. Once you know what happened and you know what the plan is, maybe, you know, now it's worth 102,000. It's just real-time repricing based off sentiment. But yeah, this isn't great. I mean, it does set a bad precedent. It's a preemptive strike.
Wow, it's
Yo,
it's
Dbloc, did
Eternal
we get
who's
over
targeted.
that number? 102.4 for the daily close?
No, we closed just underneath it. They were rude enough to actually give us the move like 30 seconds after we needed it. But now our focus goes to that weekly candle. 24-hour time frame on that.
104, right?
Yeah, 104.4.
Yeah.
So those are 3 green vector candles. Will we come back to get those?
If you look, the top vector is the only one that really wasn't recovered. The second vector got recovered by the following candle, at least 50%. The first vector got recovered by this wick. So you've really just got this to worry about.
It looks like it's trying to be recovered now.
Yeah, we're gonna need a little bit for emotions to sort of get in check. People need to figure out how they feel about this, or basically they need to be told on Twitter how they're supposed to feel about this.
Is this still like a moment? I mean, I know it's your rule in the 5-minute strategy or scalping strategy or whatever, but would you still really wait for that 13 across the 50 on the 5 to in this moment?
If you wanted confirmation.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you wanted confirmation, you would wait. I mean, if you didn't wait, right, price went up, 13 never crossed. If this does end up coming down and rolling over, then you never got confirmation on the 5-minute of this bullish move. On the 1 minute now, you would have already taken,
Right.
because you get an earlier signal on the 1 minute, so you'd have been in for that little push. If the 13 stays above the 50 on the 1 minute, then it'll go above the 50 on the 5, right? If that makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. It is good to like put it in words though.
I didn't think that that's what you were gonna tell me, Dbloc, when I popped on here. I was so shocked. Like it sounded fake, like what you were saying.
Yeah. I mean, it was building up, right? So the first news this morning was that the B-2 bombers were headed towards Guam. And then about an hour ago, there were reports that the B-2 bombers never stopped in Guam. Right? So then the brain starts ticking, well, where did they go? But if everybody assumed they were headed towards Guam because of the direction and they didn't stop in Guam, then chances are, this is it. But yeah, I expected to get a message. I expected to have sort of notice before it happened, and then have it happen, and then have the sort of, yeah, it was a successful mission thing. But I like that. I'm not gonna lie. I was just complaining about why the hell are you telling us all our plans and, oh, we're gonna be there in 20 minutes, guys. Get ready. You know what I mean? Like, this is, if you're really gonna do this, then why are you making it more dangerous for our, you know,
How is
for our
this Trump
military
expecting to address the nation?
by warning them about it? But yeah, the first news we got was that it was over, so that's good.
He's gonna address the. He's gonna do a national address
Oh,
here.
1000%. If you don't
No, they
think,
just said White House
if
alerted the
you don't
television
think
networks
there's
that
a
President
if
to
yeah,
address.
if you don't think there's a Trump victory lap coming,
I wonder if he's gonna do it now.
he'll probably do it once everybody's back safely. They didn't announce what happened until all the planes were out of Iranian airspace.
All we need is, remember when they had that what was that? What was that app called Signal? One of those things to leak.
You think they sent like drones to see if if it was actually effective, or how about nuclear contamination? Because we talked about
That's
bombing
the
nuclear
next, yeah.
production plants.
Yeah, that's the next thing. That's the next thing.
Trump
So
just said
what they were saying was, aside from the one that goes in for the first hole and the one that goes in to break the concrete and the one that goes in to blow up underneath, they were toying with the idea of a fourth one that closed off the entrances, right? That basically just collapsed everything onto itself to try to contain. But I don't think we'll know until somebody goes out there and takes some readings, right?
he's gonna address it. He just said he's gonna address the nation tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern.
Well, good luck.
So he's talking somewhere. Some quotes are coming out from him. Ram must now agree to end this war. Address the nation tonight, 10 p.m.
Yeah, he's gonna tell the world we bombed Iran. There was the great bombs, rust-free. Just made it straight through the.
Big bomb.
Just
Big bomb.
yeah, yeah.
No,
Big,
he will
big
say that. He
bomb.
will say we dropped the biggest bomb.
Yeah.
The world's
It
never
was
seen.
it was huge.
Yeah.
And he won't be wrong. I mean, technically, it is our heaviest. It is our biggest ordnance. Before this, it was the Moab, right? The mother of all bombs.
Huger than Diddy.
This is bigger than that.
But if all of this is true, why is bomb USDT dropping?
Because the bombs dropped. What do you mean? That's what it's supposed to be doing.
Actually, it's not.
The only reason that we can even be sort of lighthearted about this is that it was out in the middle of a mountain range, in the middle of nowhere. Right? This would be a completely different conversation and tone if they had gone in there for some serious casualties. You know what I mean? That's why I'm saying that this was the best case scenario.
No, Dbloc, after Vietnam, America stopped openly doing that. I mean, I guess there was a
Are we
meeting that in
considering
Iraq.
this bullish or market wise?
Well,
That's
it's
what
a
I've been
flat
trying to figure
ABC.
out. It looks like it's trying to be bullish on it, but I don't know.
1 minute chart looks good. We got a double bottom. We popped out. We're above our 50. We held support. There's nothing bearish about the 1 minute, but we are on the 1 minute.
You know, and to your point earlier about like everyone, like the market's known about the plans to Guam and everything. So it's just been a straight sell off all day.
Yeah.
And it was just waiting for this piece to
It's
bounce
been
on.
been pricing it in, right? You're pricing the market says, okay, how much is Bitcoin worth if we go to war with Iran? You know, and then you price that in. Price in the worst case scenario.
Like if something bad happened, maybe, or if they like messed up, or
The
US
worst
plane
case
got shot
scenario was
down.
if they went in and took the city out. Like that's worst case scenario. Like huge, you know, civilian casualties.
Right. So maybe the worst case has been priced in, and we can continue up. Hopefully,
We'll see. We'll see how the market reacts here in the next 24 hours.
Maybe 10 p.m.
I
Be
mean,
some more. If
that's
he if
yeah.
he if he gives more information on what the next steps will be or something like that.
Yeah, if Trump starts talking stupid
He's
on live TV, then
talking
we'll
at
see
10.
what happens.
Yeah, we don't want
Really
him to
gonna
talk
say.
tough. We don't want to go up there and have him talk tough. We want him to go up there and be the grown up and be like, look, this needed to be done. We were the only ones that can do it. Right? We did it with the smallest fingerprint that we possibly could. And we got out.
If we hear
That would be
news from
perfect.
Netanyahu, that could be more bullish, right? Because this is a new actor entering the war. Like it's not necessarily bullish, right? But if Netanyahu comes up with, all right, we're done bombing Iran, then yeah, maybe that could be the
Yeah,
beginning
he
of
should at this point, if
negotiations,
they
right?
targeted, if their whole purpose was to get rid of their nuclear capabilities and whatever the completed that, then yeah, Iran should withdraw at this point, right? Like they have no other reason to be there if that was the only reason.
Consider this possibility, right? We already know the possibility that Iran retaliates or whatever. But consider this possibility. Consider the possibility that the leadership in Iran was in a political situation, and more than political, right? Like this is religious to a certain extent, but in a position where they could not give up Iran's nuclear project. They couldn't come out and say, yes, okay, we will dismantle. Right? It's just not politically feasible to do that. There'd be too much backlash. There'd be too much, oh, you caved to America, you caved to Israel, whatever. So what if this was the compromise? What if the compromise was, okay, look, you don't want us to have it, we won't have it, but we can't just say no. We can't just let you win, right? You're going to have to come in and take it. And they're like, okay, look, if you let us have it and you agree to this, we'll just take out the nuclear sites. And then Iran says, okay, we might retaliate after, but it'll be a de-escalation. It'll be nothing that the Iron Dome can't handle. We have to save face for our people. Right? These are the ways, this is how these negotiations tend to work out, right? Everybody has to feel like they won something and they can't look like shit to their people.
That's
Yo,
right.
and then a big thing on that is it avoids a potential regime change, which isn't something that's been like
No, that
really
was the
highly
threat.
debated. It's like
That was the threat.
no, because like a regime change is usually not easy, right? Like it's difficult, it's long drawn out. Like everyone is against the regime change because, and Trump even mentioned like what happened in Syria, and it was just it's not something that they want to get into because like it involves so much, right? You got to rebuild the system. Like
Exactly.
if you're the
Regime
one that takes out
change
the
means
regime,
you need
like
to come in and fix the infrastructure. You need to, yeah, exactly. And Trump knows that
I've never seen it work.
that's not why Trump was elected, you know. And there was yeah, exactly, Graves. I mean, there's like I said, there's a lot of political theater going on. We just have to ignore what they say and watch what they do. If Iran's retaliation is a de-escalation from their last, and it's easily handled
I'm starting
by,
to feel a little bit more bullish on
and it's
now.
easily handled by
Starting to feel-
Israel, and Israel doesn't retaliate, and the U.S. doesn't retaliate, then we know what this was.
Yeah, the next news
You know,
will likely come from Netanyahu, honestly, not from Trump. Well, interesting news.
well, I mean, if Trump announces at 10 p.m. Israel is withdrawing, also,
Yeah,
that'd be like
there's a lot of
Yeah, maybe.
Sin Games. There's a lot
Maybe
of similarities to that, bro. There's tons of similarities to that. It's not the first time that we've gone in preemptively to a Middle Eastern country under the guise of weapons of mass destruction. I've seen that. They've, with a PAL, I mean, not PAL, with a, what was that dude's name? Where he went to the UN and he had the little, he went to the UN and he had the little vial of uranium and he was like shaking it around like, look, they have tons of this, da-da-da. Yeah, it could be similar, bro. We'll never know. We'll never know. Colin Powell, there you go. Yeah. Colin Powell went up there knowing damn well that was a lie. In front of the world, shaking around that little uranium.
I like your idea, Dbloc, because it kind of makes sense. Because the idea of of bombing nuclear production facilities is crazy, right? So maybe, like you said, the regime needed to make it look like, well, they were not. Well, they asked America. Well, America maybe told them to move the nuclear stuff before they bombed, right? Because
Yeah, I don't. Well, not even. No, not moved it. I think they really got rid of it. Honestly, look, if
think about it.
if you give that regime, if you give them the choice, right? But you have to convince them that they only have this choice. You either stay in power and give up your nukes, or we take the nukes and we take you out completely. Iran is just completely different, right? Brand new regime. I think that they go with the plan to, okay, strike the nukes. We won't stop you. We're not gonna attack you. We know where it is. If you promise no civilian
Yeah, no, but
casualties and you promise low amount of nuclear fallout, then we
my
can
problem is
make this
technical
look
here.
good for everybody.
My problem is technical. We're talking about bombing like containers that contain radioactive material. It's crazy.
Yeah, but it's also encased in a mountain, right? Under 300, 400 feet of concrete, and then under another 200, 300, 400 feet of mountain.
Yeah, but still, who's gonna clean up now?
What clean up? They collapse that shit. What clean up? They blow it up, collapse it, close the exits. Hey, that mountain is a no-go zone for the next however many years, just in case there's any leakage.
Millions of years.
Well, if it's not contained, right? You can contain that in the ground. That's why they do it in the ground. The reason that they do it in the ground in case there's any accidents, they don't want it to leak out to the city. It's not just to hide it from, it's for containment purposes.
Well, it's also because they knew they'd get bombed.
Or what if Iran was like, okay, look, give us 24 hours to secure the material so that we know that it doesn't leak out when you do,
Yeah. That. Well, they had warnings. They had Israel bombarding them before this happened. So I hope there's no contamination in the area.
Well, it'd be interesting to see how Russia, Korea, China respond to this as as well. See what they have to say about it.
Yeah, next 24 hours are going to be serious. Guys asking for TA in the chat. Like I said, double bottom. We're still bullish. Hit off the 50. We've got vector gaps above us. Our CME close is at 1036. So we're still good until we start breaking some levels here.
Yeah, Dbloc, you mentioned double bottom. Is it bullish that we that low held from June 5th?
Yeah.
It
For
wasn't
now.
necessary for us to take it.
Yeah, for now it's good. I mean, we are on the 1 minute chart though, just to be completely clear.
I disagree. For me, it's not bullish because
I'll be
we
right back.
didn't take out the liquidity there, right? Like we didn't stop out people who
That's
had
what I was
stop
thinking.
losses just below that.
Is it necessary to take it out to go higher, you think?
Of course not. Of course not. Of course not. No, it's not necessary. And it came close enough. If we end up pumping back up to 130K, we're gonna call this a bit of a sideways flat ABC. That's what's gonna happen in case we pump above 112. Yeah, at that point we'll call it. I'll call it like that at least.
Trump to address the nation at 10 p.m. EST.
Yeah, he's gonna say we are now at war, but the war is ended.
Yeah, best case scenario was that this puts an end to the escalation kind of thing.
There'll still be some
In his
saber
tweet, he
rattling
says,
from their side.
in his tweet, he says, when he says that he's going to address the nation, he says, a historic moment for the United States, America, Israel, and the world. Iran must agree now to end this war. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know.
But if people long like hell because there's bullish news and price, fails to reclaim lost supports, like it's currently doing,
But that's the thing. But the
then
thing is, like,
putting a low to then reverse, still in the cards, right?
I don't know if there's a lot of longs entering. It seems like it's still kind of unclear. It still
So
seems like there's a level of uncertainty still. Like one area was able to, like, okay, we went in and did something, but there's still like tons of uncertainty. Like, like what is China Russia's reaction? What's Israel gonna do? Like what are the next steps? Like what's the retaliation from Iran gonna look like? There still seems to be like a high level of uncertainty that I don't know if a lot of
you're
longs are
right.
definitely entering.
Since the beginning of May, since Bitcoin came back to above 100K, people have been more like thinking bearish, taking profit, and more like entering new short positions, and that's what created the short squeeze we were in a bit. And overall, funding rates have remained negative during this whole sideways month, May and even June now, which isn't it's not over yet, but it's going to be over in a week, right? So you're right. People haven't
The
really
first time
bought yet. But on the 5 minute, yeah, there's plenty new longs opening here.
Placed along since Wednesday, late afternoon, early evening. Hopefully everybody else is too. Had to
Man,
play
I
the
was telling you
charts.
earlier, man. I kept trying to catch the bottom of the hype. I got wrecked on that.
That sucks. Since Wednesday, late afternoon,
People
early
shorting
evening,
hype.
raking in. Yeah, I've been raking in short since Wednesday night, but with news like this, things are going to pump a bit. I don't know how long it's going to go, but it's definitely not going to go sideways or down, I don't think, for the first 45 minutes or an hour after the news. Then we'll see what happens.
Remember my long on Doge from 14.9? I mentioned it a few times. It's kind of funny to watch price come back down to your entry quite precisely. I mean, I got not exactly to your entry, but just a tiny bit above. And actually,
That's
TA
not funny.
works. No, it is because TA works. You see, it is reacting there. So that's why I wanted to keep that long, because I thought, for me, invalidation is if we break below 14.9. So I think it's kind of cool. It reacted. So we'll see what happens next now, of course.
All right, let's get you paid now.
But the TA was kind of correct, because that level, well, at least reacted. Now we might break it later, but
You know, it's funny. I had a long also from like 14 something, and then when we got down to the 15s today, I added, and it brought my entry up. I'm out of it. I'm out. I held that long for a while, man.
That happened to me on Cardano. Friday, I think, or a few days ago, yeah. It's the problem when you add to a position is you kind of increasing your risk, and
yep, I should have never touched it. Even
depends on the new set. The new setup. Like on Doge, I could have added and then considered that 20 cent was my new invalidation point, right? So depends on the new setup, right? On Bitcoin, honestly, for me, big time frame, my new setup is 48K. I don't want a stop loss above 48. It'll react. At least you'll get your dead cat bounce, yeah. But sometimes it's especially on these alts, right, with the current context, no QT and all, it's kind of good to wait for price to come to your entry to add at your entry in a double bottom play, right? While not moving the stop loss at all. So I did that on Doge. Yeah, I just did that on Doge. Because I did TP a bit, it's just that I kept well, 75% of the position was still in, yeah. Yeah, I really didn't TP much on this. But yeah, it pumped to 26 cent and then came back down. Complete full round trip. And it's a bit the same. I mean, and honestly, the nice ABC is if we put a new low below 12.9, you know, that previous low from April, beginning of April, like just 2 months ago, Doge was at 13 cents. You know, so it's not like completely impossible, and that would be a very bullish setup to play for like going this thing very high.
You're in
30
England, right?
cents. What?
You're in England?
No, I'm in Paris. I'm French.
Ah, okay, that's right. Sorry. Get you mixed up with somebody else. My bad. Hopefully you're enjoying a nice bottle of vino right now, watching this.
No, I don't drink much. So.
What?
But,
All that
but
great wine there? Oh my god.
it's cheaper than orange juice.
Jeez. I got 175 bottles. I got to start working my way through. Way too much. Too much for one person.
Come on, Eve. Can't we
wait to
get
make it
back
there
above
someday.
this 2320, 2312, or whatever
Where's
the
Drew
number
at,
is?
dude? I need some rockets, dude.
Yeah. Well, you mean downward rockets or upward rockets? Because, you know, these alts dropped a lot actually for a Saturday.
And all fired up once he hears about the bombing.
Slowly making our way back up to CME here.
What a surprise.
What's oil doing?
I
Dbloc,
expect a curveball on a Saturday.
the previous
It's
daily
closed, no?
Wow.
didn't close above 102.
No, we didn't get that
That
daily
seems low.
close. We have to focus on the weekly close now. That is a must.
I don't think
mean,
you have
the
all
way
futures
This
on a
might have
Saturday.
just helped.
I mean, the way the
No,
price is
I'm looking
going now.
for. I want to see what to expect.
Oh, you mean on Monday?
Yeah.
But it depends
I
what
mean,
Iran bombs now. No? I mean,
let's see what Trump has to say. I think we're gonna close way above higher than our target is.
It's crazy, man. All day long, I've been trying to catch bottoms, and I just need to wait for this freaking tweet.
Yeah, all the price
no.
went up under
Tweet,
5 minutes, under
tweet
5,
bottoms
6
don't.
minutes.
Tweet
Yeah, go
bottoms
ahead.
don't hold. It's just scalp. You can scalp on a tweet.
Bro, if
Guys,
you
I'm always the guy that
2,000
tells
coin
you.
scalp,
I'm always the guy that looks at news and is like, you know, guys, it's just, you know, whatever. There's a difference between regular news that price movement gets blamed on and news that either, well, more importantly, news that removes uncertainty, right? When there's news that comes in and removes uncertainty that's affecting the market reprices.
There you go, Dbloc. I thought I'd tell Australia to buy crypto for you, mate.
Nice.
Dow futures hasn't bumped up.
It's
Still
closed.
60 plus.
Remember we
They're
talked
close.
about.
Sure,
Remember we
That
talked
might be
about
a
when
while
the
now.
psychological ranges started coming in, that our algos will be set to try to get it as close to CME as possible. This obviously helped, but we're almost there. Top of our psychological range is 103.3. Our CME closes at 103.6. Take
Does
it
kind of
easy,
feel like
RC.
algos have
Papa?
does kind of feel like algos have been running it for a few days. Hey, Dbloc this week.
Yeah, the weekend trap, they kept pretty tight, man. We stayed right around that CME close for a while.
And they did a good job at bringing us into the weekend too, with all that. They paid to hold it flat and then then brought us into the weekend nicely.
This entire weekend, if we go back to the old weekend trap and just look at it real quick, this is textbook as we've gotten. Right. Aside from the fact that our traps were very short, but we had our weekend trap. Remove it all the way out.
Wow, look at that V shape, dude.
Yeah.
That's wild on Bitcoin. Beautiful.
So
Yeah.
we had our midweek reversal into our weekend trap, trap longs, trap shorts, weekend trap, false move that freed the trap longs, right? Our false move Monday that gave us the high for the week, our 3-day reversal, going into our Thursday pivot, which was sideways, going into our trap long, trap short, back into the weekend trap, false move week beginning.
Dbloc, if you print that, man, and put it in a frame, sign it, I'll buy one. Fuck. I'll put it on my wall. I'll call it the fucking trap.
There's
I mean,
resistance at
sorry.
103.6 now. Fresh new.
I would buy it though.
I think Farcoin had one of the best reactions.
We
Farcoin
need
was
to
getting
see that
beat up.
coin out of the top 10, honestly.
Is it in the top 10? Farcoin's not in the top
Yes.
10. By mark?
Yes.
What?
No, on perpetual by volume. And
Oh,
people
well,
trade
yeah.
Fartcoin, right? People just trade Fartcoin. They like it.
They
I
do.
don't know
No,
why.
you know, I had it up. I usually always have it up while I'm entering like other trades, like Bitcoin and stuff, just because I can see like people trade it. This is so much volume and it's so sensitive to like news and reactionary stuff. So that like I
You know,
usually just always.
in every Bitcoin up move, there's a new alt rising, and this time it was Fartcoin. Like the whole pump since 74 was Fartcoin supported.
Yep, I use it as my gauge. I was trying to figure out like is this news bullish? Is it bearish? Farcoin started running like it was bullish. I was like, I guess it's bullish.
Oh, Iran without nukes is good news, no? Like that's bullish for most countries except Iran and Russia and China, maybe. Even for them, no, they don't want Iran to have nukes. Otherwise, Iran would already have nukes. They would just have sold them the
Yeah.
tech. No?
Even for the people, to be honest, that wasn't going to be used for the betterment of the people, in my opinion. It's not like it was going to be used for energy like they said it was. They were going to enrich as much as they could and immediately weaponize.
Oh no, Iran has civilian nuclear power for like 30 years now. That's not new. And it's funny because these oil-rich countries, they go nuclear. I mean, Saudi Arabia has nuclear power plants. Iran has nuclear power plants. Yet they have so much oil.
That's what Trump said. Trump said,
Oh, really?
why the hell is the country that's sitting on the largest oil reserve worried about nuclear power? I don't buy it. They got
it's
all the
because
cheap energy they need.
it's because they know the state of their reserves, right? They know
Yeah,
how much
yeah,
oil they have, and
yeah.
they know
And
like
it
in 50
ensures
years
their
they
survival, right? Being able to sell those reserves and yeah.
it's not infinite. Or you could say the same for America. You have a lot of oil, yet you have nuclear civil power plants too, right? So,
Yeah, but that's like whataboutism. T-shirts incoming, bro. I got you. T-shirt's gonna say we survived World War III and all we got was $100,000 Bitcoin.
this ain't over, man. We'll see next week.
Yeah, no, it's wishful thinking, man. Wishful thinking. I'm definitely on alert the next 24, 48 hours.
We have some levels to reclaim, but the fact that it's able to go back above 103 is kind of good. It's 31st of May, end of month. It's the monthly close, right? So I guess we're turning it into resistance for now. But if the next low is a higher low, it'll probably be able to reclaim the monthly level, monthly candle close. Yeah.
I heard we're gonna use the French to go in there and see if there's any nuclear fallout. Just because you guys have the
No,
best
I'm just saying,
monitoring.
I hear about nuclear stuff. I'm like, wait a second.
No, it's
Isn't
it's a
that
concern.
dangerous?
No, it's a real concern.
Isn't that completely crazy when you think about it? Like Fukushima, Chernobyl, and all. Like, imagine we're talking about nuking in uranium enrichment facilities or whatever there is. We don't even know what's down there, right?
Yeah,
Maybe
that's also
maybe
true.
they already have nukes down there. Or like,
Also true.
I guess they have some spies that know what's in there. But what if they're wrong? What if there's like a biological weapon, or I don't, like, what if there's something else, right? It's very risky stuff to like bomb a nuclear facility.
There's gonna be a lot of questions that need to be answered after all of this is sort of come and gone.
Imagine the political impact if you bombed a nuclear facility and there was contamination in the area, like 1,000 miles around it, like what happened with Chernobyl or Fukushima. Right?
He'll just say we told
Like then
everybody to
America would be
evacuate the city.
blamed.
They'll just say we told everybody to evacuate the city beforehand.
Some people say that USSR collapsed because of the cost of the cleanup from that nuclear meltdown at Chernobyl.
Chernobyl.
Like it was very costly.
Bro, there's these. If you want to see a bunch of crazy Russians, there's a YouTube channel. These divers, bro, and they go into Chernobyl with little meters and shit. And these guys look like they have been in the fallout area for at least 30 years. Like, they do not look regular. They're down there, and they brought diving equipment, or what they call diving equipment, which was a bucket to put over their head to go into the stairwells of Chernobyl that are flooded, to go 3 stories down just to see what's down there. Just go through radioactive water and all this shit. Guy almost died like 3 times. Literally had a garden hose and a white bucket over his head. Go diving, got
Actually,
stuck down there. They thought he was dead. You saw that, Neve? Those guys are crazy, bro.
water protects good from radiation, though. Like, if you're in space, if you have a bit of water around you, it protects you from radiation, and also.
I think these guys
I mean,
were at their
nuclear
max
stuff
exposure
is
already, anyways.
the nuclear pools where they store nuclear material. It's water
But
also.
that's what I'm saying. This was the pool, so the water that they had, the containment pools that they had for the uranium rods or whatever, the rain has flooded. The rain has flooded the whole building to where it's all. That's what the water is. That's what they're swimming in.
Oh.
Yeah, it was nuts, bro. Nuts. He's like, don't worry. And then he came back, and he came back with a wetsuit and a glass fish bowl, and that was his like improved diving equipment. The wetsuit got flooded immediately. Like as soon as he got in the water, it just ended up being a bag of radioactive water that he wore all day. Having the time of their lives though, drinking vodka. They were having a great time. Yeah, food. We've been covering that for the last half an hour here, hour. To be precise, they're calling it a surgical strike.
How do you blow up nuclear stuff and it not get nuclear on you?
It's inside of a mountain, so they're hoping that it contains everything. They basically dropped a bunker,
Yeah,
a
that's a great
bunker
question.
buster bomb into the top of this
buster.
mountain. They only penetrate 200 to 300 feet of like straight rock. So they dropped the first one, then they dropped the second one through that hole. I don't know if this is exactly how it happened, but this is the plan that was in place 24 hours ago. Dropped the second one through the hole, digging a little deeper. The third one goes all the way in and blows up the facility. And then the fourth one seals the hole that the first 3 made. And they contain everything inside of this mountain and let time take care of it.
And none of the stuff in there was necessarily explosive. It was just the ingredients for
Yeah,
with
yeah.
uranium and other things. There wasn't like there was nuclear bombs sitting down there ready to implode or explode.
No, but just
I think it's
nuclear
pretty safe
material,
to
right?
say
Like,
that nothing will grow in the region for a little while. At least that mountain will probably be barren for a bit.
No, but you could think about water, right? Like if the people living close by and drink water from
Yeah,
that
there's
mountain,
gonna be
and now you have like
there's
uranium containers. Maybe
environmental
even if it's not
concerns.
enriched, even if it's not highly enriched, then like this isn't good.
Yeah, Jermaine, they did, and it
It's
was
just
It was 3 different sites. So they've been talking. What was the name of the first one? It's got some weird name. The main one, right? They've been talking about on the news everywhere. They're gonna bomb this one. The other 2 were surprises today. Yeah. So like,
Wouldn't want to drink the water in Iraq.
I
A
think
lot of plants and animals can survive radiation a lot better. I guess because humans have only been around for 3 million years. The radiation levels on the Earth used to be a lot higher.
no,
It's
it's not
random.
like that. It's just
Ty,
you
that's interesting because we were just talking about that. I'll look into see that. I needed like confirmation on that. But they're saying Iran state media saying that the sites were evacuated prior. Not of nuclear material, but of
people.
Yeah. Which leads to sort of what we
Like
were talking about this being a sort of planned thing, agreed upon thing.
No, these sites are way far away from the, where the people are living.
Yeah, yeah. way out of the
I
city
mean, it's
centers.
deep underground, and plus it's not that much kind of radiation stuff because it's just uranium and the isotopes. So they both are on the different sides. So it's not gonna be that much radiation. And
Well, I
most
hope
of all,
so.
it's deep. It's deep underneath the surface, and they're very well taken care of by the U.S.
Just
bombers.
remember, guys, we blew up nukes in Nevada for years.
Yeah.
You know, and you still go to Rio and gamble, and you know what I mean. It's like,
No, but I was thinking about that because I remember the pools in Fukushima. Like it was a thing when we had that accident in Japan, right? Where you had a lot of nuclear material that's not a bomb; it's just a reactor
yeah,
material that's sitting in pools, and it's like used material. Right?
yeah, the
But it
pools
was
get
like very
flooded.
dangerous
I
because
think
if
that's activated it.
yeah,
No,
they were worried
you're
like
right,
that would
Zusi.
contaminate.
Yeah,
And imagine you bomb that. It's
Yeah,
like very. I mean,
no, you're
so
right.
what
It
if
it
one of
doesn't have
these?
to be a bomb. It still contaminates.
Yeah, it can be very dangerous. What if they had like storing some well, just some nuclear material, yeah, from their civilian power plants.
Yeah.
What about the Russian Iranian nuclear power plant that's ran by Russia in Iran?
Destroying is cheap, rebuilding is more expensive. Someone will have to
They
clean up
didn't
this.
take out power plants, guys. They took out enrichment facilities. They didn't take out civilian power
Okay.
plants that are used for like infrastructure or anything like that for electricity. At least not from what I'm reading. From what I'm reading, it
Well,
was
thank God.
It
Imagine you
was three
bombing.
enrichment sites.
Imagine you bomb Fukushima.
They did,
I think
Jermaine.
that
Yeah, I'm still reading up on it right now.
I'm no nuclear scientist or expert on the weapons, but I'm guessing when you bomb a site that has a nuke in it, doesn't necessarily mean the nuke's going to go off. Like maybe
right.
there's like a specific chain reaction that needs to take place for it to actually detonate the nuke.
Yeah, it's like
No,
ammonia and
Like,
it's like ammonia and bleach. You got to mix them together before it becomes toxic.
It's yeah, but what you're
right,
talking about is a
it has to
nuclear
be armed.
explosion, though. You don't have to have
Yeah,
a nuclear
yeah.
explosion to have fallout from the
Oh
radioactive
no,
material.
yeah.
First of
There's
all,
still
Iran
a mess.
doesn't.
Yeah, I don't doubt the mess, like the contamination and all that. But
Yeah.
yeah, I'm guessing it would have to be armed first to be a
Yeah,
threat. Oh, who knows though?
yeah.
I've got no idea.
No, first of all, Iran doesn't have any kind of any nuke. Iran doesn't have any. It was just you could say enrichment facilities,
Yeah.
and it has 3 different sites. So there's no chance for contamination or anything.
It was the cleanest outcome, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Out of all the options that we were looking at that looked like probable, this was the cleanest option. Meaning loss of life, you know, either immediate or future. Which is what we all want, right? For the most part. Least amount of
looks like-
civilians being, you know, caught up in this bullshit.
It looks like the video of the bunker busters being dropped is out. I mean, I guess it could be fake, but I just saw something get posted. It does look like it.
I mean, sooner or later they're gonna release it.
No, for sure. It just said like 15 seconds ago.
Yeah, that video is coming out, guys. That video, if it doesn't leak early, which it probably will, it'll be part of the victory lap when Trump comes out and gives his speech.
I wish they had the video when they got Osama bin Laden.
Victory? Really? If there was a new government in Iran, maybe we could call it victory. But here, oh.
So look, here's a little sort of image of how these things work, for what it's worth.
Driven into wood without detonating immediately. At the same time, because its casing is made of high-strength materials, it can protect the At the moment, the penetrating bomb is dropped from the aircraft. It can rely on its powerful kinetic energy to continue drilling down in the direction of the sharp warhead, just like a nail being driven into wood without detonating immediately. At the same time, because its casing is made of high-strength materials, it can protect the internal structure from damage during impact. In order to achieve precise strikes, the delay fuse at the back serves to delay detonation until the penetrating bomb reaches the set depth, at which point it will detonate the explosives according to specific instructions. This design not only destroys enemy underground factories or laboratories, but also minimizes...
But yeah, basically.
That video reminds me of uranium depleted shells that were used in Iraq. That thing is probably dangerous by itself, no? Like somebody will have to clean up just the remains of the bomb itself.
It's our biggest bomb, or at least the biggest one that we admit to having.
Yeah, I wonder if it's itself radioactive, or it could have
No,
a
no,
bit
no,
of
no,
a
no.
nuke
It's
itself,
no,
right?
no, no.
No,
It's
no, it's just a
conventional.
penetrator.
Yeah, it's just conventional. It's just
But
the
those
largest.
armor...
It has the most explosive inside of it of any of our.
Well, it said the strongest material in that short clip, right? I think
Yeah, the
uranium
metal.
is pretty strong.
No, that's not. No, no, no. They're talking about the metal casing. Got to be strong enough to actually dig
Yeah,
into the
and
ground
I'm
without
ready to
breaking
bet
apart.
there's some depleted uranium in that casing, because that's what you use for your tanks. You use uranium depleted shells for the armor piecing shells, and then they just lay in the battleground, and someone has to clean up the mess. Check it out. It's called uranium depleted shells.
Yeah, we've got one really large psychological range here, guys. 101 to 103. That's massive. TY, say it again for people in the back, bro. He said, I felt every emotion today, but my trades have been full robot. That's the sweet spot, bro. That's exactly where you want to be. You don't want to be so much of a robot that you're not feeling the emotions everybody else is feeling, but you don't want it to affect your trades. Not the catalyst for new highs, yes, but
CBS
the
News
catalyst to put in a
reported
bottom,
that
maybe.
the U.S. reached out to Iran.
Go ahead. There's stuff coming across the news, but it's just so fast right now that
It'll change 9 times by tomorrow morning.
There's one piece that came out that CBS reported that U.S. reached out to Iran diplomatically Saturday to say the strikes are all the U.S. plans and the regime change efforts are not planned.
Yeah, that's
Supposedly
sort
not
of in line with what we were looking at. It also just said that reports in Iran say residents were ordered to evacuate the QOM due to, I guess it's a city or something, due to a radioactive leak from the site at Fordo. But again, unsubstantiated. This is just stuff that's coming across the AP right now. But I'm seeing it over and over. Radiation leak reported now at Iran's Fordo nuclear facility.
Of course. It makes sense. If you bomb a nuclear facility, there's going to be some radiation in the air.
Again, I think it was the cleanest sort of move, yo. You can't just go in and bomb China's gas station to oblivion and not expect some sort of retaliation. So as long as the oil isn't, as long as they didn't go in and blow up any oil fields.
But it depends if you want the Chinese war or not, right? Like if you bomb Iran, it forces China to invade Taiwan, and I guess that's the deal, right? It's I'm not gonna bomb your oil, but you won't lock me from my high-tech companies and create a recession.
Yeah.
But if you want to force China to invade Taiwan, it's pretty easy for America. They can do it whenever they want.
Let's just hope that the powers that be are trying to avoid World War III and not accelerate it.
Now you're getting some news about the House Intelligence Committee member Himes says Trump's decision to strike without approval was unconstitutional.
Yeah, the Dems are gonna buck back. The Dems are gonna buck back at this. It's fine. They'll be all right. Be all right.
Actually dropped 30 points. I thought they would have went through the roof.
Dbloc, are you gonna stream the nation speech?
Yeah, probably should, huh? What time is it? At 10?
Yeah.
Yep.
In how long is that?
An hour. 55 minutes.
In 1 hour, 55 minutes.
You guys talk for an hour? Oh, in 1 hour. Okay.
Yeah, in 1 hour.
How long was the speech?
Oh, I don't know, bro. You're gonna have you're gonna have 35 minutes of thank yous. And then he'll come on and he'll do his victory lap. There'll probably be another 15-minute of 35 different angles of the missiles hitting.
You think he's gonna blame
Then we'll get to hear
Biden?
100%.
Well, he'll say this is I've done what no
I wasn't president.
I've done what every administration before me should have done. Yeah, there'll be that, of course.
If I
I'll hear
were
20
president,
minutes
it
of how the
never happened.
2020 election was stolen too.
Yeah.
They sent the B-2 bombers already near the channel. But I didn't expect it would be today. I thought maybe it would be tomorrow, after tomorrow, not today, to be honest. They
Your
sent
mic
us
is low
to
again, Samir.
somewhat an island near China, so it will not go from the Arab bases, you know. And they strike already with 30 tons. 30 tons. This means that they dropped each one bomb would have around 5
Your
tons.
mic is really low, Sam. Maybe it's just me, but
No, it's really low.
yeah, I've got you turned up and I can hardly hear you.
But they flew from that English base, no, Diego Garcia?
Relax.
From what I was seeing, the reports were that they were going to Guam, and all the way on that trip, they were saying that it was a training mission, right? Because they take training missions to Guam, and then they didn't stop at Guam. And that's when everybody started sort of perked up.
Guam is in the Pacific. It's nowhere near close here.
Well, that's what they're saying. They didn't. They obviously never landed where they were supposed to.
What's that other
No,
place
they.
that's in the Indian Ocean? Like
Diego Garcia.
something Garcia? Diego
Yeah.
Yeah,
Garcia.
Diego.
Yeah.
Guys, they
That's a
could have
British
easily
island.
staged in the U.S. and just refueled midair.
Yeah.
That's what these B2s do.
like
We can't hear you, Sam. We can hear you laughing, but we can't hear anything you're saying.
what is it called? What's that?
I think he's got
Does
an
it,
open.
does it matter where they
No.
took off from anyway?
It matters politically. Obviously, if they were allowed to stop in some Middle Eastern country, and they're going to have to deal with a little fallback from that.
Say it.
Well, if they were B2s, they usually they fly from Whiteman in Missouri and they go over, they drop their bombs, they refuel on the way back. They've got a bathroom, they've got a bedroom, the kitchen, everything on board. They rarely ever land anywhere. They're usually it's going to be airspace, maybe, if they had to fly over certain people's airspace, but I think they could have just came right up the waterway and just dropped them. Typically, the B2s, they fly all the way over and all the way back without stopping. I think they had a few stationed in Guam for this particular sorting.
Yeah, they would have filled in flight.
Yeah, there's still too many secrets to that plane they don't want anybody getting their hands on, so they don't leave them on the ground anywhere. They go nonstop. And it's weird why they wouldn't have the base for them somewhere along the coastline, but it's right in the middle of the darn country. So
That shit is a UFO, bro.
Long flights.
It's such a crazy looking plane.
It's a German design originally. If you look up in the history of those flying wings.
Yeah.
It got created in 1945. It was a wooden plane, and the idea was to pierce through England's radar stations. But they were failing at bombing England because of the radar system in England, and so they created wooden planes. And well, wood doesn't reflect radar as good as metal does, so these planes were less detected by radar, and it's quite interesting. And then the engineers that worked for that project, actually, when Germany lost the war, well, they were taken by Americans to continue their work in America, and eventually it ended up being the B2 program.
It's crazy how things just evolve like that.
No, it's the same for rockets. For the scientist behind the Apollo moon landings is German. He made the. It's the same guy who made the V2 rockets to bomb London during the war, during the Blitz.
Jermaine, I don't.
Can you just send me an invitation so to leave the area, guys?
I don't think there's gonna be any retaliation. Well, we're done. I don't know what Iran's gonna do or how much worse it's
they
gonna
will do
get,
a
but
lot.
I don't think you're worried about. I don't think you'd be too worried about us coming in and doing anything crazy just yet.
What does Iran have left? Like, do they have anything threatening anymore?
They've
I don't
got
even know.
conventional. They've got plenty of conventional. They've got tons of hypersonics.
True.
IBMs.
Oh, they've got a lot.
They have 90 million people that are probably a bit pissed right now. And brainwashed, I guess, but also a bit pissed. That's something dangerous on the long term, right?
Can I say my theory on that? My intake.
Yeah, let me turn you up a little more though, because for some reason your mic is super low today.
Is it better now?
Yeah, it's better.
Yeah. Actually, what I think about this thing started 2 years ago, since Hamas started striking Israel. It was an order from Iran because they knew they're gonna get wrecked actually, because Israel's did threatening them like 3.5 years ago that they will not let them do any enhancements on their nuclear program. So I believe is Iranians knew that this day will happen, will come. So they ordered Hamas to just start what they have done actually in Palestine at that time against Israel. And then Hezbollah interfered as well to start exhausting the air defense system for Israel for the past 1.5 years. And then when the war starts with Iran, they will be at the limit which they need a very big interference like the States to come in to the play. So I think it's a long-term plan. So if the Iranians are really not prepared to just respond to such attack, that's more likely not the case. They will be responding, they will be escalating, and they have a lot to do as well. They didn't show yet what capabilities of their ballistic missiles and
Yeah.
And the other stuff what they have. They just tested them during the past 2 weeks, which actually before 2 days they only launched one rocket, single one rocket, and it did hit its target without having any kind of Israeli air defense defending that against it. And I believe they're gonna literally escalate the situation starting from the day, especially after the Turkish, the North Koreans, the Russians supporting that they have the right to defend and to have their nuclear program.
Well, it's a foreign country. That's airspace got violated by 2 nations in the world now. I mean, if you look at United Nations, what they're gonna say, this is an attack again, right? It's a surprise attack, I guess. Well, maybe not surprise this time, but I think the next news is coming from Israel, right? Like if Israel stops its airspace incursions and bombings, then maybe there'll be discussions with Iran, and it could lead to a ceasefire.
If I was Israel, I would be very quiet right now.
Well, if they stop their bombing campaign, then maybe there'll be discussions and we can go towards peace. But as long as that happens, then Iran doesn't die diplomatically. They're saying there won't be any negotiations as long as we're getting bombed, which kind of makes sense, right?
And we're saying we'll stop the bombing as soon as the sites are taken out. So that's what I'm saying. Like, what do you think are the odds of, like I said before, that this was something that was agreed upon to a certain extent? And it doesn't disagree with what you're saying about all of this sort of being escalated on purpose. You know, they had to know that at some point it was going to come to the decision of you remaining in power or you keeping your nuclear enrichment program. So which one do you think is more important to the Iranian government? You think it's more important to them to keep their enrichment or to be able to stay in, to not have to go through regime change, right? To be completely taken out.
I'm with the second option actually.
Yeah.
And this will give them the chance to redo what they have already tried to do.
Yeah, I agree. I think this works out the best, and I don't know if this happens, but I think this works out the best for everybody if there is a retaliation, but it is not an escalation. Either on board with what they've done before or less. And it's sort of the save face, right? The Iranian people, that we didn't let them just come in here and do this. And we would have never given up our nuclear enrichment program. They took it.
That's exactly what I'm trying to say. They will exactly try to respond, escalate for 2-3 days from today. And then the Israelis, the Americans has nothing to do inside Iran anymore. They already done their mission. There is nothing left to do. And those guys will just keep striking left and right, just trying to save their faces.
Yeah.
And then things will stop. They will go to the table and start negotiating.
The Iranian state TV just said every American citizen and military is now a target.
Yeah, they're gonna talk tough. They're gonna talk tough.
They already said that they will burn Israel.
They said death. How many times have they screamed death to America? Like, they haven't been. They could not be any more clear about their stance when it comes to us. So
It's a real mature response, kill Americans just because the government does something.
It's talking tough. They just want to sound tough to their people. They don't want their people for them to look at them as they're weak, right? In the face of even this attack from such a large power, they stand strong and defiant. But watch what they do, right? Ignore everything that they say, and we'll judge it off what they do.
Yeah, man,
Don't
they
forget
have
it's
nothing to do. They have nothing to do against 3 aircrafts only. Come into your airspace,
yeah.
drop 30 tons of bombs and leave without any trace, and just that's it. And with the power of saying we did that, no need for anyone just to tell that Americans did it. They just announced it. We did 1, 2, 3. We sent 3 aircrafts. We dropped 30 tons of emissions to the sites, and that's it. And we left. What they can do against that? Nothing. They have nothing to do against such power.
So terrorism is the tool of the poor because of these asymmetric wars. Like the technology level is so different that the only thing they can do is target Americans like terrorists or things like that. In the
You will hear that they're targeting some American bases in the region, like in Jordan, like in Iraq, in Qatar, in Bahrain, and some other places. You will see that. You will see that. You might see the Lebanese part, the Hezbollah in Lebanon might start striking, but I don't think Lebanon will have any kind of tolerance against Hezbollah doing anything, because that will initiate a civil war inside Lebanon as well. So I think
Yeah, and those are your militants too, right? We have to assume that there's definitely civilians in Iran that feel a little bit safer that this happened.
Yes, it's done. The mission is done.
Yeah. And you don't have, the guy in charge. These places, when the person in charge is just nuts and has something that everybody's scared of, like, it's a risk to you, right? Like,
But
if
do
they
you know what
do
is
this, this is
going
going to
to
be a
different?
risk. We'll eventually get wiped off the map if this guy's, So having that sort of taken away has got to be for some people,
No,
anyways, a breath of relief.
it's not taken away. It's just delayed by a few
Or
years.
delayed. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
No, it's even worse
And
now because the conflict is much more open. There's no negotiation. Like the situation is worse. The probability of eventual retaliation is much higher.
there is one chance that the Americans will restrike as well, again, if they knew that Fordo site did not get touched yet, because it's literally more than 80 meters below this mountain.
I
And
think
what we
with the
know
type of
about
intelligence that we have, though, I don't think we would have ever left the airspace until the job was done. I think it was overkill, right? If they needed 5 to get it done, they probably sent 10. My opinion.
Something
We're just
we haven't-
armchair warriors here, guys. At the end of the day, right?
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, makes sense.
Something that
So how much of your tax dollar went into this?
Oh man, a lot.
There's a lot of money. Their exchanges were hacked, their banks were hacked, all of that. At some point, that's going to catch up.
Yeah.
Iran is already a poor country in an economic crisis for the last decade. Yeah. I'm not sure there's a lot to steal there, money-wise.
But I'm happy that it did not affect the chart much. I thought that it will be having really good impact. The chart is showing good signs now.
It gave us a bottom. It gave us the little bit of catalyst that we needed to get off of that double bottom, just enough to sort of push. But the uncertainty, right? The getting rid of the uncertainty of knowing that the president of the United States was talking tough, telling people to evacuate cities. There was armaments being moved around. We didn't know exactly what was going to happen or how it would play out.
Yeah.
We're about to lose this bull flag here if we drop.
What's this cross you have?
Oh, that's what we wanted to daily close. We missed it by a candle, one minute candle. But we wanted to close above that on the daily. That's what this kind of helped with, that move of getting us up there. Unfortunately, we did not hit our target. Oh, no, we didn't. That's the weekly. Okay, I was about to say. Yeah, so we closed under. We wanted to close over, but we closed just under.
Yo, Dbloc.
Yep.
If it's that tight of a discrepancy, well, like maybe the spot charts did close above
Oh
it.
yeah, yeah. It's. I think it's within the margin of error. I just don't like it because it makes my chart look bad. But I think it's
Yeah.
close enough to be within the margin of error. Yeah, I agree with you.
It's the OCD, yeah. But yeah, I think on the spot charts, like, you know, it might look a little bit different. So it's probably close enough.
It's just a daily close anyway. No, like the more important is the failure to reclaim the level, right? Like 103, just 103, right?
The most important is going to be the weekly close. Right? There's going to be no wiggle room for this weekly close. We need to close the candle above 104,437. Means we have 24 hours. Yeah, we've got 24 hours. Or we break support, right, to change the character. We break support and we have to assume they'll come after that vector gap down to 97.
Yeah. The higher high was a good time for that assumption. Now it's too late.
Let's go to the moon. You got an open mic, brother. You got some static coming through.
Because yeah, shorting from 100 to 97.
Somebody's cutting the grass outside. It sounds like.
You guys ever wake up in the open mic gulag? Don't take it personally. You just got an open mic.
But yeah, to be really bullish, we need ETH to reclaim 2,300, and we need Bitcoin to reclaim 103 and stay above it. That's not really happening right now, but it could later.
I don't think we're bullish at all, but I do think we're going to bounce. And I think we're going to go up again before we come down again.
If Bitcoin really puts an ABC flat, I'm very bullish. Very, very bullish because, yeah, big things are yet to come, But the invalidation is very small.
This hasn't changed anything for me on the macro personally, just in case anybody was wondering.
Actually, I heard you once saying that whenever like we have war news, we should see like BTC pumping, not dumping.
Yeah, BTC is not
initial drop
exactly.
followed by
Well, so what we want eventually is for BTC to be sitting where gold is, right, and oil. Where when war starts, you see those defensive rotations into. We didn't see that exactly now. We've seen it in the past, right? But we're not there just yet, right? Which shows, it should tell to most people that because of these institutions coming in, these new guys, we've got a whole bunch of people to convince that this isn't a risk asset, right? When risk pops up and people want to eliminate risk, at this point, they're still selling off Bitcoin, at least a percentage of them. Eventually, that won't be. Eventually, it'll be like gold. But for right now, we're still seeing those reactions, and I think it comes from these new new cycle paper hands, bro. They don't have the faith that we have in Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Food's almost here.
What you're having for dinner?
Chicken.
How was the steak and sweet potato the other night?
Amazing, bro. I used to always be against buying steak from like ordering out steak is like, but
yeah,
it got here nice and hot, well cooked. It was good. Nah, I got all like a whole chicken and some sides and stuff coming now, regular roll.
I had pizza today. pizza.
Nothing wrong with that.
Pizza's
Yeah,
always a
I
good
love it
choice.
actually. Yeah, but a thin Italian one, which is like cooked with olive tree wood.
Let me tell you how
Ooh.
disrespectful we are as New Yorkers. We will go to Italy and complain about the pizza.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell is this
And talk
shit?
about how good the water is in New York.
Yeah, like, bro, what the hell? I came all. This is not pizza. What is this shit? Shit tastes like a garden on a piece of bread.
Yeah.
Where's the grease?
Yes. There's one place called Deep Dish Pizza here, which literally it's an American pizza, but what they do, they have like those like high walls of that bun, and then
Yep.
inside like you have like
Chicago style.
tons and tons of cheese. It's
Yeah.
Chicago style stuff.
It's
Yeah,
Chicago
then you
style
cannot
pizza.
eat.
There's always
Yeah, it's
a
really
war between New York and Chicago over what has the better pizza. New York has the better pizza. That shit they serve you in Chicago is a pie. That is like
yeah, it's a pie.
It's a
It's a
pie.
pizza pie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
The pizza casserole.
exactly. Good though. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, but you know, a different thing.
But do you have it like in New York to have the Chicago style pizza?
Yeah,
Or
there's
you
some.
want to
There's some Chicago
there's
style places there.
okay.
Just like
because
every
St. Louis
city,
style is really
just like you can go to any city in the U.S. and find a New York style pizza shop with some guy that moved from the Bronx with his family. That
like Domino's pizza is everywhere. Like that's
No, that is an open face sandwich. That is not pizza. Domino's pizza, Papa John, all of
Trash.
that's an open faced Italian sandwich.
Okay.
St. Louis style pizza is really completely different. You got to have most people that were born and raised in St. Louis love it because they were born. But people come in from out of town like, what the hell is this? Because it's real thin cracker crust, and then the red sauce has got kind of like a little sweet tang to it. But then they use a cheese called Provel cheese. It's a St. Louis thing, and it's a combination of like 3 different cheeses. So it's kind of tastes when you cook it just right and you get a little brown on top. It almost tastes like toasted marshmallow. the cheese on top.
Yeah, I
So
don't know what that is.
It's different.
Okay. Iranian state media says, Mr. Trump, you started it and we will not end it.
We will not end it.
Yeah, and we will not end it.
Hey, listen, that's best case scenario.
I think. Do you know what worries me? Actually, the Dimona nuclear reactor is really close to us, like literally not more than 200 kilometer away from my home. So if the Iranian really get mad to a limit where they want to revenge, they can reach that reactor.
Where are you located?
It's in
Country?
southern Israel, next to the Jordanian borders.
I'm talking about where do you live? Is that where you are at?
Jordan.
Oh, you're in
Yeah,
Jordan.
I'm in
Okay,
Jordan.
gotcha. All right, I didn't hear that
All
part.
right, we're about to invalidate our flag here.
Guys, I'm going to the trading room.
All right, bro.
Talk to you later.
Yes, sir.
Ciao.
I'll be right back. If we can't hold this 200 EMA, this flag gets invalidated. All right, yeah, that didn't hold. So that's invalidated for now. All right, so structure-wise, guys. Let's see you asking in chat. Looking for a higher low. Right, that's what we're trying to find. The right side of this, right? Wherever we end up. I like 1018. I like this demand zone for it. But we'll draw it out once it hits, right? We don't want a future trip. Let me go grab my food from outside. I'll be right back.
Just a little tip for some people if you're interested and thought about it while I'm sitting here cleaning them off. About a month ago, I bought some of those computer glasses off of Amazon that you can get like a blue tint or an orange tint or something like that. And you may not think that your eyes are tired or bugging you while you're sitting there in front of the computer. And then once you put these on, you're like, oh my God, what a big difference. It feels so much better on my eyes and possible headaches and things like that. So you can get them for like 20 to 40, 50 bucks on Amazon, but it's something that I thought I'd add just because they've been pretty helpful for me. There's no prescription. They're just regular straight glass, a glass lens that's tended to knock out some of those certain, I guess, colors that come off the screens.
A couple big buys there. Over 200. There were two over 200.
All right, I'm back. Yeah, I'm keeping an eye for the keeping an eye out open for the speech. Less than 15 minutes. I understand the concern about further drops, but just make sure you're hedging yourself in both directions in case you're wrong. I don't even mean hedging yourself in position, just sentiment wise. Me, I'm just luckily in position because this is my CME trade. All this shit just happened to happen in the middle of my CME trade. Sometimes we get a little lucky. A feather in the cap of the Bears is that we had our false move down. And it's not Monday yet. Right? So we could very well put in a lower low before Monday if this doesn't go right. What would stop that from happening is if the repricing of Bitcoin with the removal of that uncertainty gives us a new floor. Right? A higher floor. But again, we're going to need at least 24 hours to figure that out. So from now till then, I'll be trading momentum. Nah, no duck feathers. This shaded box here is our weekend range, right? So getting back in there and holding support means we've V-shaped out of this dip. That would basically be a full recovery from the weekend. 1029. Let's see if we can find. Do you think it's gonna be on White House White House Twitter? Yep, I think it is. We'll begin shortly. Nice. This makes it nice and easy for me. Move you over here. Remember, any invalidation of this W that still gives us a higher low is just putting in a larger W. That's just a placeholder right now until we find where our lower high is, or our higher low is, sorry. Tone is going to be important here. We'll see. Don't expect any of this to affect price, but we should watch it anyways. Comes in talking nice, calming everybody down, explaining the necessity for it, explaining the temporary nature of the mission. This isn't us joining the war. This is us executing something that nobody else could. That type of talk, good talk. Comes in there with bluster, talking tough, poking the bear. Not going to be good for the charts. This feeling of lifted uncertainty, we want that to continue. We want to feed into that. Yeah, I know. I know, Big. I know. One could hope. Trump's gonna come in there in full camo.
That would be dope, dude.
I'm only half kidding. It's like when George Bush put on that flight suit. Mission accomplished. Remember all that shit? Dude was looking like a G.I. Joe doll sitting up there on the bridge of that ship. I'm just waiting for Trump to start so I could put it on and eat my food so y'all don't miss this. Let's keep the fighting to a minimum. I know that we can't see Trump speak without chat going at each other's necks. Just remember why we're watching this.
What's up, fam? How's everybody doing today?
Chillin', chillin', chillin'.
Man, I just got home from a 12-hour commercial real estate expo. Holy crap, my brain is fried.
That sounds horrible, bro. My condolences.
Nah, it was quite fun. It was actually quite fun, very informative, but man, there was just so much information. I swear, every time I do something, an all-day activity like this, the market just moves, and I don't get to get in this move, like yesterday as well.
Yeah, but that sounds
What time
like
is Trump
long
speaking?
term. Now he's a minute late. That's long term gains,
Gotcha.
though, right? You picked the right. Your priorities are in the right place. Here we go.
Thank you very much. A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raising-Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what
That's true,
took
actually.
place just a little while ago. Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say, we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel. And God bless America. Thank you very much.
Oh, short and
Thank you.
sweet. Nice.
We have witnessed over the last 8 days.
All right.
Man, so I missed out on a lot, huh?
Yeah, that wasn't
Today.
bad. He talked a little tough, but it was more, seems like deterrent, right?
Yeah.
Kept it very short, didn't get emotional. More importantly for Trump, he stayed on the teleprompter, right? That's what you want. You want teleprompter Trump. You don't want him to go off script because he gets a little wild. All right, now let's see what living in a world where Iran doesn't have nuclear capabilities looks like for Bitcoin. He was tense. I was tense, Bruno. I gripped my armchair that entire speech. I was white knuckling this shit.
I was holding my breath.
Yeah, I'm there with you.
All right, let's see where we can get this. Let's see where we can get this higher low at. Let's get back to work.
Oh, can you look at gold real quick? Check
Yeah.
out the metals. What's that doing?
Yep. It's good. Got a nice little bull flag going. It's holding it together.
So with this news now, you think we're gonna pop more than 4K this year, or?
I'm shooting for 4K. I mean, we're not at full piece yet. I'm shooting for 4K. I need to see some peace deals and some treaties and shit come in before I start getting shaky on my gold position.
I can't believe it. this didn't at least act like a daily open where it jumps all around a little bit here. That was unexpectedly calm.
Yeah.
Wait for the announcement that America's going to rebuild Iran.
Now that's what, in my opinion, that's what we avoided by doing this. That's why it's a good thing that it was surgical. Because if you go in there and you carpet bomb the city to soften up the shit for 24 hours and then come in and do what we did, yeah, the world's going to expect you to come in and rebuild some of that. But only thing we damaged was shit they wasn't supposed to have anyways. Went in there, took it out, got out of the way.
Now Israel can pay for it.
Best case scenario.
I think those rules were like if the conquering country. So we haven't conquered, we haven't invaded, so we're not on the hook.
Yeah,
right,
if you come in and change the regime, right? If you come in and take out the leadership and change the regime, then it's on you. Yeah, all the damage you did, all the infrastructure, like you've got to rebuild all that shit.
Man, so was this strike just out of nowhere, or did they announce
The
it
past
before?
couple days, remember when he told everybody to evacuate? We were like, all right, U.S. is getting involved in one way or the other. And then as days went on, they started talking about troop movements. And then you had all these generals coming on the news, slowly talking about bunker busting bombs and talking about that. It was a lead up. What we were expecting, what I was expecting was sort of news that we were going in, have it happen, then say, hey, everything happened fine. But what we got was anticipation, right? Woke up in this morning, they said that the B-2 bombers were headed towards Guam, but that is just a trading operation, doesn't mean anything. Then we had reports that they never landed in Guam. And then like an hour after that, they came out and say the strike was successful, all the planes are out. So it was a slow buildup. Big buys coming across the tape. Couple of sells. That shit just lit up though. This episode of this 2025th episode of Earth has been pretty interesting, huh?
I'd say.
In one crazy year.
Hey, we're only halfway through.
Crazy about it, yeah.
I think it
Stop the world.
I think
want to get off.
the crazy thing everything got nuts from the end of 2019. So 2020 to now, it's just been a fucking mess. I'm sorry, a mess.
Yeah.
It has been.
Stopping volume candle on the 5-minute. More buys coming in, aggressive buys coming through the tape. It's a fight. I mean, bulls and bears are both going at it on the tape here. Today's episode of To Catch a Fallen Knife was a spicy one, huh? Shit.
Yeah.
Oh my. Just put it like being in position as like bullish catalyst drop, way better. Feels way better than chasing, that's for sure.
Look at that volume coming in, man.
See what traditional? Yeah, increasing volume at the dip.
Yeah.
Thomas, same as every other weekend. I think we moved back up to the CME close, but we did signal our false move down already by freeing those shorts. So the same warning I gave you guys last weekend when the chart looked like this, and we had freed the longs and we were coming down, and I said we still have 24-hour time period to make a higher high. The same goes, right? Our confirmation of the false move is in, but we still have time left to put in a bottom. So while this feels good right now, don't lose focus on that. And then come Monday, right? If everything plays out the way it should, we should have our 3-day up the same way we had our 3-day down this week. And we can put some distance between us and these lower numbers.
Sorry, did you say it's going to be the opposite of last week where we had like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday down? We're gonna
Yeah. So last week we came out of the trap like this, right?
Right.
And then we popped up and then we had a 3-day down. So if we have a good traditional false move week beginning, which looks like we might, I'd be good with this news keeping us from putting in a lower low, but time wise, we still have that danger, right? Until Asia comes in on Sunday.
Come on, Asia.
What you want to do with the volume is right click it and then go to visual order and put bring to front. And that'll drop your volume in front of your liquidation levels. Somebody was asking in the chat. All right, Raymond, you might need to take a step back. Just a small step backwards. And I said, Trump is God. Just a tiny step back.
I was going to say a giant one.
Make sure you defend your position, Binksy. Have some tight stops so you can sleep a little better. I'll be right back, y'all. All right, I'm back. I'm starving here. I'm not gonna make it much longer though. Just take a look at the volume. Right, wanted to point this out. See how on this drop, right? We had our first volume spike. Every volume spike after that has come in to stop price. Right, every large volume spike has come in at the supports. So there is an attempt to turn price around here. We just have to see if they're going to be successful or not. Let's go to the moon. You got an open mic, brother. Appreciate you.
Yeah, I'm not sure why it keeps opening up. I apologize.
Nah, you're good. It's whenever you come in sometimes.
I
It
thought you were
just...
saying let's go to the moon, Dbloc. I was about to say, hell yeah, dude. I'm with you.
I'll be right back, guys. Hold on. Alright guys, I hit my limit. I gotta eat my food. I'll be back in a bit. So far we're still holding this higher low. We'll see how it ends up. Watch that volume. Watch the tape. We know how to play it. I'll be back if anything crazy happens.
Hello, hello.
What's up?
Chillin', chillin'.
Just getting up and going?
No, not really. I'm looking. Well, I'm thinking about entering a trade. I want to try to find a short on Say because everything I'm trying to short something, but everything has already dropped so damn much that
Yeah, I think everything's on a slow climb now after the bombing and everything. So let's see. I'm holding Say in a spot months ago. So
Say pumped a lot. That's the only reason why it's my chosen victim at the moment. There was this other one called Fun Token or Fun Coin or some shit.
yeah, that went up huge last like 15 hours ago.
That thing went out of control. So I tried to short that, but I got wrecked.
If you caught it at like from that that big red vector candle earlier, man, but I like pulled out because I was going into work and I didn't want to get end up
you never know.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
You never know.
Go parabolic the other way.
Yeah.
Especially on a weekend.
Could get wrecked anyway.
Hey, Hold, were you able to use that KSEX link? Are you on there? And
I haven't had a
playing around with
chance to even look because I've been so
Yeah.
I just picked up another shift too, so I'm about to go back into work. I just got back.
Oh my God. What kind of work do you do?
Audio video. I was climbing, building a steel stage today, and then now I'm doing a wedding, and then when I get done with that, I come back and I do another stage tomorrow.
No rest for the wicked.
And never is, man, never is. I like to say that it was another day in paradise, and today we were at the beach. We just forgot the water.
Oh shit! Out in the middle of the desert.
It was like 91 degrees today at the stadium. So
it's been 100 degrees 3 days in a row here in Denver. It's not supposed to be that damn hot.
Yeah, that's crazy. And you guys are closest to the sun too, so like it actually hits different.
Oh yeah, it's scalded. But there's no humidity here, so it's dry at least, so that's good. Most people don't realize it's actually a desert climate here.
Yeah, we have way too much humidity.
I lived in St. Louis. I lived in St. Louis my whole life for 2 years ago, and that was just disgusting during the summer. It was just swamp. And it's in the middle of the freaking country, and still awful humidity. Let's see, what is that called?
What are these yellow candles on Dbloc's chart?
Transition.
Is that
They're not
just
yellow, they're green.
Are they?
Yeah.
Wow, they are green. I just can't see. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. Wow, that's interesting because they were definitely yellow 2 seconds ago in my mind. I think I've been in the sun too long.
Yeah, he uses vector candles, so it shows transitions from one candle to the next. Different format.
Yeah, I got the same indicator. It looked yellow. That's a bit concerning. I think it's because they're like sandwiched in between, or
And they're
like right
neon.
next to the candles. Yeah.
Yeah. It's Saturday. We'll cut you some slack. I've got 4 longs going right now, so fingers crossed.
Everything's just been dying though, man. This is crazy.
Yeah. And there's just about a pump. It's about a pump. Nah.
Yeah, really just I need to get in on one of these big, just like relentless drops. I need to get in on the freaking short. Did D-Block ever come back from getting this food or what?
He said he's gonna grab it and eat and chill, and if something exciting popped up, he'd jump back on. But I think he's just kind of chilling and eating and watching the charts. There's not a whole lot going on, but if something does, he'll pop back on. So I imagine we'll be back in the next half hour, 45 minutes.
Cool, cool. I got a question.
Someone say they have a question?
Yeah, I have a question for David. Oh, his face about to get wrecked right here. I just showed it today. Come on. Bring me a winner. Come on, man. I need you to follow the rules and dump like everything else. But you want to be cool like all your friends?
Yo, Dbloc, you there?
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Watch out. Oh yeah, my cat's saying it's a buy. It's a buy. What's going on? Crypto world. Little dippity dude, I never scared no one.
What's going on, Drew? How you been, dude?
Man, I'm chilling. Just got back from this boring ass concert.
What concert?
I don't want to say it because I'll dox my location.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Boring. Well, I was at a commercial real estate expo all day, so I think that's probably a bit funner than that.
Yeah, sounds alright. I don't know. That could be cool too, you know.
Yeah, it was fun, man. It wasn't bad. Met some cool people, that's for sure.
That's what's up, man. Hell yeah.
Yeah, networking.
Nice. Yeah, man. I haven't even been checking out what's going on. So supposedly the U.S. got involved in Iran or something like that.
Dude, I literally got home and jumped on the stream, and Dbloc was literally putting on the speech or his live speech. Yeah, we air bombed Iran. What did he say? I can't remember the wording he said. Super successful military mission or something like that.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it
Yeah,
looks like
but
Bitcoin took a hit right after that.
I mean, I'm not really. It's like those last three vectors on Dbloc chart. That green one. What time was that? It was at 9 o'clock, or 10 o'clock Eastern Standard, I think.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, I don't know.
This could
I
be a
mean,
nice opportunity if this is it. You know, I mean, look at this. The Bulls held at 100,800. I'm a little lit tonight, so excuse me if you guys hear me slurring my speech or anything. I'm drinking that brandy.
hell yeah, buddy.
Big buys coming in. Watch out. But yeah, I'm hoping. I mean, I haven't sold, so I'm down in my position. I just sprinkled in a little bit more as soon as I got back in the lab.
Yeah, bro. I just sprinkled in a little bit of powder in there today, but I'm down on a couple positions, but I'm just holding. I'm
Yeah,
holding. I'm not selling. I'm not
yeah.
selling.
Yeah, fiat value, I'm definitely down, but it's it's zigs and zags, so I'm on the zig. The zag's about to come. I feel it in the bones. Heads is shook out right now. Everybody's scared. This is when
All I
everyone's
know,
looking away. So where are
all
you?
I know is, all I know is my entry price is getting lower, so I don't care.
Yeah, but look, we're slowly creeping up. We're back above 102,000. Hopefully, can hold some support and start banging against that 104. Because once we're at 104, comfort zone gets a little better, and Bitcoin is showing it is resilient. I don't care. Like some people might be getting shook out and everything, but in the grand scheme of things, if you zoom out, it's like nothing really happened. We're still above 100K. It's been in its range. We didn't make a lower low off of what we consider was kind of like a bull flag. We're still in that range, so it's kind of it's definitely hanging on a cliff though, but I'm still feeling bullish. I don't care. The daily candle on Bitcoin is showing that we didn't make a lower low. We wicked down very close, at least on Binance Spot. Binance Spot, we got down before. So on the date of, what was that? June Yeah, June 5th, we got down right to 100,500, or no, actually 100,377 is somewhere around there. And we just wicked yesterday's candle, which is kind of today, but since past 8 p.m. But yesterday, way above that, if you go zoom in, it's 100,800. So there's still like $300 difference. We made a higher low. We did not break that June 5th pivot point. So that's pretty good. By the skin of its teeth, though, you know?
Yeah, for sure. Just holding on.
Yeah, hopefully things settle down, you know, so nobody gets hurt. Hopefully there's nuclear facilities weren't manned and people knew to get away from them, and you know, things might chill out, things might hit the fan. Either or, I think Bitcoin will be fine. And I'm still in my Doge position. They Bloomberg and some other they raised the percent to 90% for Dogecoin, Cardano, and something else to get approved for ETF. So I'm pretty bullish on Doge for that. Some other things developing with Doge too. So I'm just all up in that Doge. I'll be right back.
Hey guys, if you want to pop over, nice screen sharing here. Little data for you. Check out BTC dominance, USDT dominance, and USDC dominance. It's freaking running right up hill pretty strong. So, and not too bad of news for Bitcoin, but any alts, except for probably the ones on the periphery, the outliers, you know, you're always going to have a few of those that are going to be fine, but not looking good for alts at all right now. So hopefully this is a little bit of good news for Bitcoin. But anyway, just thought I'd share the info if anybody needs it or is it him? That's it.
boy. What's going on, good people? I'm gonna reset the stream real quick, guys, and then I'll be on for a second. Gotta see if I can fix this sleep schedule for real this time.